Lynn Taylor. Welcome to Tech Talk with Daniel Albu.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
So first of all, I have to apologize for the sound of my voice. I have a bit of a cold, nothing serious. Just a small disclaimer here. Now, even though I've had my share of compatibility issues with games as a kid, I never had that problem with any of the games you worked on, which tells me a lot about your deep understanding of how a computer functions and malfunctions. So I have to know, when did you first get interested in computers?
Oh, boy. I started out playing with computers on an old Timex that my mother bought me. When I told her I wanted a computer, I first ordered the Lisa because I was going to homeschool my son.
Wow.
So I had ordered that in Hawaii, and then I left Hawaii before it arrived and went back to Colorado. And that's when I was talking to my mom about computers, and she showed up with one of those Timex computers, those little tiny boxes, which was not what I was thinking about. And then I walked into a Mac store, and this was in probably 90. And I went, oh my gosh, what is this? And I fell in love. Had no idea what I was going to do. A couple years later, went to California, decided to go back to school. Let's start this out. I have 6 kids. So I started out in the industry after I had 6 kids. So it was more of a desperation. I went back to school so I could have an income because I had 4 sons that were teenagers, and one of them all over 6 foot tall. So I needed more money than I was going to make what I was doing otherwise. So I went back to school and worked as a lab assistant. As a lab assistant, I went and really got into learning about computers. And it was back in the day when they called it an IBM lab instead of a PC lab. And I worked in both the IBM lab and the Mac lab. And so I had constant questions. And I ended up, by asking so many questions, I ended up being a lab assistant. And I was a lab assistant for 4 years. And then after the 4 years of a lab assistant, I thought I was going into database management, had no intention of going into games, had never really played games other than Loom, which a bunch of us lab assistants were all playing. And then I went, and the job I was applying for was given to someone else. And I was going, what am I going to do now? And a friend of mine said, LucasArts is hiring. They need someone in customer support. And I was like, I don't play games. Why do I want to work there? Well, I joined LucasArts as a trainer. And I started at Lucas the day after the Full Throttle wrap party and went, oh my gosh, what have I gotten myself into? Because I was going from a university, setup to a bunch of people that might have been a little bit hungover. And so I started out training the customer support team. And by asking a lot of questions constantly, because it was like, well, don't tell me this doesn't work. What is it that doesn't work? What part of it doesn't work? And I kept asking questions and ended up asking compatibility too many questions, and ended up in the compatibility team a year later. So, my background as far as playing games and getting into the industry was completely unexpected. And as I said, I had 6 kids at the time. So, when my son wrote in a report that he almost got in a fight because no one believed that his mom worked on computer games, I had to laugh, going, well, yes, what mom does work on computer games. So that's how I got started in it. It wasn't a planned job path.
So when you were working as a computer lab assistant at Santa Rosa Junior College, what kinds of software were most common at the time? What were you tutoring exactly?
So I started on DOS, DOS 2, DOS 3. It was before Windows. So when Windows went live, I spent half my day telling the people, no, the program didn't crash. You've just hidden it behind your screen. Alt-Tab, get yourself over there. And I would spend half my day doing this. And so I was always answering questions. And it's like, come on, no, just calm down. You'll be fine. But worked with the programming students, worked with the word processing students, worked with the desktop publishing, PageMaker, things of that sort. And so as I was doing this, I was falling more and more in love with it. It's like I loved all the things that you could do with it, because I had done layout of programs and things before computers, and went, oh my gosh, you mean I can actually do this? But this was in DOS days. So when WordPerfect I made a newsletter in WordPerfect, and then they had a Windows version. And it was like, you mean I don't have to do mathematical equations to figure out where to place the graphic on this piece of paper? So I took a lot of classes. I was a computer science major. So I was a full-time student and a full-time mom and a full-time lab assistant. And I became the lab assistant because I kept asking questions, and the head of the lab turned around and said, do you want a job? And so that's how I became a lab assistant, which I love doing. I helped create the manuals for the department. I helped move us. When we first started, we were in 2 trailers at the fairgrounds in Petaluma. And I helped move us to the new campus that they built, and set up the computers for both the IBM lab, the BOT lab, and the CIS lab. So I set them up for all of them to get it configured so that we could do the classes. And we were working in NetWare, so a different type of network, but different type of a software at the time. But it was all DOS based at the time.
And then you joined LucasArts. And, it's kind of funny that our first online correspondence was actually about the Full Throttle release date, because for years, everyone, me included, celebrated it on April 30th, which people thought was the day of the rap party. But for the 30th anniversary, which was just a few months ago, Double Fine looked into it and found that the real release date was probably around May 19th or so.
I started on April 25th.
And it turns out that April 25th was actually the day of the rap party. So you started on the day of the rap party, not the day after.
They were still hungover people.
Yeah, but the rap party was that night. So were they already hungover from?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because it must have been. So I started on the 25th.
Yeah. Maybe
I'm wrong. Maybe it was the 26th. I probably went in for the interview on the 25th and did everything, and then started on the 26th, because I remember there's a couple of specific people. It's like I'm sitting there all dressed nicely, because I'm coming from a lab assistant job. And this person says, could you move, and lays down behind me and passes out. I was like, what have I gotten myself into?
So this is the invitation to the big bad party. And as you can see, it's April 25th, Tuesday, April 25th, 1995.
So I must have started on the 26th. It would be the 26th. So thank you for having that, because, it was a few days ago. So the 26th must have been the day that I went in, because I went through all the interviews and all the process. But the day that I actually started in the office had to have been the 26th.
So they took this photo.
Oh, I recognize all those people.
They took this photo on the day that you joined, on April 26th, 1995.
My wonderful friend Wheels up front there. And then I think you've got Doyle next to him. And I'm sure Chip's back there somewhere. But yes, I remember that team quite well.
You should have joined the photo shoot.
Yeah, really?
So now that you say that someone passed out during the interview, I have to know, what was the hiring process at LucasArts like?
Well, because I was a lab assistant, they were hiring me to be one of the trainers for the customer support team. So that was one of that was one of the reasons that they brought me on, is we had an intricate training program. We were doing training 3 days a week so that we really could increase the knowledge base of our team. So when I started, it was more of a let's go back a second. I started with helping out with learning how to we were teaching everything about how computers work, how to connect different components, things like that. Anything that would be relevant that would help the customer support team is what I was supposed to train them on. And then the other people that I was working with were training on the actual game because I didn't know the games yet. So I was doing training 3 days a week for that. And one of the first things I did was help build computers for the customer support team so that they were fast enough to play Full Throttle. Because
Wow.
all of us that were hired specifically for that project didn't have computers. So because I was came from a lab, that's one of the first things I did was set up the computers.
Interesting. And speaking of Full Throttle, what can you tell me about the Full Throttle profanity check?
Oh, the things that were found in there that we got in trouble for.
Mm-hmm.
I remember having to ask, I was asking the customer that reported the issue with certain words in the profanity check that the customers found and saying, what were you doing in the code? If you look at the license agreement, you would see you're not supposed to be looking at the code. But then we got on the person's case about the fact that they had put things that were inappropriate in the code. Oh, I remember that one.
So there was just one complaint about that?
There was only one customer support complaint, but it was someone that had gone through the code and found some inappropriate things, and which I know happened in quite a few other games too.
Now, on your LinkedIn page, you mentioned working on 7 Max Seed Road and Day of the Tentacle, which were released before you joined LucasArts.
I did the libraries.
Part of the LucasArts Archives bundle?
Yes, I did a lot of the archive work. I've got spreadsheets that would drive certain programmers crazy, and because I color coded them, and the more I found out that they disliked color coding, the more meant I would color code it more.
So did you have to retest all of the games for compatibility, even though they just came out, a couple of years earlier?
Oh, yes, because you always had to test it for each new operating system with new hardware. That was part of the fun of compatibility. It never ended. And the thing is that anytime they released something that was a re-release and they didn't send it through compatibility, they missed something. There was an Outlaws issue that they said, we're just going to re-release it. We're not going to send it to compatibility. Well, when you played it the first time, I don't know if you've played Outlaws. It's one of my favorite games I've ever worked on.
I know.
The scene where at the very beginning of the game, at the end of the cut, in the middle of the cut scene where the girl's on the swinging in the front yard, she would start swinging and the sound cut out. And they said, we can release it. I said, no, you can't, because the fact that it destroys the whole storyline, the whole purpose. I mean, Outlaws had one of the best opening cutscenes I've ever seen in any game. And it really built you up to why you wanted to play the game. And if you cut out the audio in the middle of that cutscene or into that cutscene there, you didn't know why you were going after the Outlaws to go and rescue your daughter. Because that whole thing was built up because from that point of the swing, he goes into town, he buys the rose water, he comes back, he finds out what's happened, but that was all missing. So we got in a very large argument with the team and said, you have to send it through compatibility before you release anything like this. Another scenario was on Sam & Max, when same type of thing. And this tended to be an issue with the way they were doing sound at the time. And when you were playing along, everything was working fine. You went into a tent and the sound all cut off. And it was like, guys, every time you do a re-release, you must do a sanity check in compatibility, whether it's a re-release of the game just in reburn, or if it is a release with changes to it for a new operating system. It must go through compatibility. And we always insisted on that because every time they didn't, we found a major issue, which means customer support would come in and say, why isn't this working? Send in the disk and bring it to us and going, we have this report, which meant then it became a crisis for us instead of being ready for it. So I spent a lot of time working with the teams that were doing the re-releases going, you must send it to us first.
It's interesting that the sound cut out in 7 Max because by the time they released the LucasArts Archives, it was around the time of the release of Windows 95. But I presume that the problems were still in the DOS version of the game. There wasn't a Windows version. So it cut out in DOS, even though it just came out 2 years prior?
No, it was a Windows version that they had done. So the way we did these was really interesting because you would start out, when I first started out, the first game I worked on was The Dig. And that was in customer support. And that was just customer support. And so that's kind of what ended up with me going to compatibility because I was fixing all the programmers' computers, trying to teach the programmers that you couldn't run other things while you were playing the game if you wanted to play the game, things like that. And so I would go to compatibility and ask them questions and they'd say, and so it was finally when they needed to hire someone, they said, you asked so many questions, you're applying for this job, right? So that's what got me into that scenario. But anything, there was different things. A lot of times, sometimes it was a bad burn. Sometimes it was a missing asset. It really varied on what the issues were. And each time it was something else. And I'm not quite sure. I think it was a corrupt file on the one on Outlaws.
So in 1995, when Windows 95 launched, you were in tech support, like you said. And you tried to explain to people that DOS was still around, that you could still make a boot disk.
That was one of the hardest days in my entire career, was the day that Windows 95 went live. Because you had two scenarios going on. You had the people calling saying, I want this to work, this should work in Windows. And I'm trying to explain to them that you need to go into DOS mode, go to a command prompt and create a boot disk. And they're saying, there's no DOS anymore. And there was also another scenario called, they didn't tend to listen to women because obviously I couldn't know anything about games because I was a woman, right? And we were at that time in history when they didn't accept that that women could know as much about tech as men could. And unfortunately, it was just the reality at the time. I had people saying when they would call for support, they'd say, can I talk to one of the men? And I'd say things like, could you humor me and give me a chance first? And I think I can fix your problem for you. But the day Windows 95 went live was so difficult because I spent most of the day arguing with people about what we were doing. No, really, you need to go here. You need to just go to start, go to command prompt, type this. We'll go in here. Yes, you need a boot disk because the game's not going to work in this environment. And so it was very difficult that first day, because nothing was going to work, of course. And along with it, I believe it was really close to the same time that we released that Microsoft released a new joystick. And it did not work properly in X-Wing CD because there was a little setting on the bottom of it that if you slid it one way, it worked fine. And otherwise, you'd get into the main screen and you'd be spinning uncontrollably. So it was right at that same time. So we were having a bad time in support the day Windows 95 went live because of multiple issues, mostly just people not understanding how Windows worked. That it was a interface on top of DOS. The DOS did not go away, that it was still there, that you still needed DOS. And that actually, trust me, Windows did still use DOS. But they didn't want to believe us at all.
I mean, they were non-tech savvy people then, just like there are now. Mm-hmm. So when you had to walk through the process of creating boot disks with these customers, how did you help them feel comfortable doing that? Especially people who aren't tech savvy, you need to explain things like changing the configuration files and restarting the computer with a floppy disk inside, and waiting. With Windows 95, you had to hit a key on your keyboard to get to the startup menu so that it would start from boot disk instead of running the Windows 95 boot. So
it took a lot of patience. It took a lot of patience because, one, people can't spell. People do not understand. So you're saying, okay, let's go to this command prompt, and I want you to type edit autoexec.bat. Now, that sounds simple, doesn't it? But just getting to that point sometimes would take you multiple minutes because people did not know the difference between different keys. The arguments I had over a colon and a semicolon were hilarious. Or when you'd say, type, go here and type this, they would actually type it out. and verbatim. And so it was like, we got some good laughs. It was a good thing we had a mute button at the time, because you'd sit there and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe he just typed the entire thing exactly as I said it. He typed autoexec.bat. No, sir. We need a period there instead of the dot is a period, please. And so we did it took a lot of patience and a lot of being thankful for a mute button, because you wanted to cuss at them, you wanted to laugh, and you couldn't dare do that. But there were times that it was like, it was amazing how much you would have to argue with some people to get things done. Or the number of times that you would say, do you have a teenager in the house? Could you put them on the phone, please? And I could get the teenager to do what I needed to do more than the parents. Or the wife calling and saying, I've got to get this done before my husband gets home because he's going to be really upset. Or the man who called and says, I was mad at my son and I deleted the game. Can you get the save game back? No, sir, I cannot get your save game back. I'm sorry you were mad at your son and deleted the game, but you took the save game with it when you deleted that folder. So it was quite interesting and very difficult.
I mean, the problem with editing the autoexec.bat file is that if you mess up or you have a typo, then it messes up the startup of the computer. So what did you do in those cases? You'd ask them to get a boot disk of the DOS version of Windows?
Well, it varied. So let's go in a little bit farther. So right around the same time, around I don't remember the exact date. So it would have been 95 still. Someone put this card in with the X-Wing and the TIE and the different games like that. And it was a card of instructions of, if you're playing in Windows, this is what you're going to do. You're going to set up a program, a PIF, which is a program information file, and it's going to put the steps in there. And because I worked as a lab assistant, I knew that people didn't always ask all the right questions. But what happened was it says, do this, do this, do this, and then it asked them a question. If you're having a memory issue, go complete these steps. Otherwise, go to step, 17 or something. Don't ask them a question. Just give them all the steps, because they don't know if they have a memory issue. They have no idea. So as you were saying, you're adjusting their autoexec.bat and their config.sys. Well, so did the PIF file, which was a little shortcut on your desktop that you would create. There was a certain computer at the time that stored all of its startup memory in ROM. So when it started, you never made a boot disk for this. The first thing you would ask, do you have this computer? If you had this computer, you knew not to make a boot disk. Well, if this card is just in the box with it, they grab the box, they follow these instructions, and I foolishly answered, when you're leaving for the end of the day and there's one call left in the queue, I foolishly picked up the phone and picked up that call and had an irate customer, because he had that computer, he had followed those instructions, and his computer was restarting nonstop. And that's all his computer would do was restart. So after I talked him down and got him to understand that he needed to go to the manufacturer of the computer to reset his computer to get his autoexec.bat and config.sys reset to the original default, which took about an hour because he was livid, which was understandable because he had just followed the instructions in the box. I went and might have gotten myself in a little bit of trouble. And when I got off the phone the next morning, I walked in, I said, who the F wrote this thing? I need to talk to them and say, what in the world were they thinking? And they turned around and says, well, if you don't like it, rewrite it yourself. And I said, well, fine, I will. And so I did. And I said, all you have to do is take out this one line of questioning them about what's wrong, because they don't understand what's wrong. Don't assume that they have any idea what they're doing. And that's what we did. Well, I ended up being a technical writer for the next 12 years because of this encounter. But there were times that it was very painful because computers were very picky at the time. And, you had to do things like your joystick's not working. Well, can you open up the box, back of the box, and look at your sound card and change the jumper on that sound card? No, honestly, I'm serious. I need you to do this because that jumper is stopping your joystick from working. So in those days, it was difficult. But because I had the background of working in the computer lab, I was often the ones that was put on the phone calls to the customer support for the hardware vendors to figure out what the problems were so we could get this written up in what we called the Customer Support Bible, which was a huge book that we wrote about every single game that we had so that our support team they were phenomenal. They did an incredible job. But we made sure of it by making sure we had it all documented, what they needed. And it would include things like this. Never do a boot disk on the Acer computer. Don't do it. Walk away from it. Run and hide if you have to. And so we did a lot of things like that at the time. But yeah, Windows 95 going live was not a good day for me.
So your first official game credit was as a technical rep on The Dig in 95. Now, The Dig celebrates its 30th anniversary this year, and it's one of my favorite point-and-click adventure games.
Oh, yes.
Topped only by Loom. So I'm really glad that you guys played Loom back in college. And so I'd love to hear what were some of the technical issues that players ran into back then, because this was the first point-and-click adventure game that was released after Windows 95. Even though Full Throttle came out the same year, Windows 95 came out in August. So this one was the first one that you needed to officially support Windows 95 in.
One of the main things was actually, the Dig, though, the original Dig was a DOS game. So we originally did DOS, and then we did a 95 version a little bit later. But so you still needed to do the boot disks when we were starting out. So, and that's where I'd say the majority of the work we were doing when I was starting out was making boot disks, because you had to. And what I found was, instead of having them type, it was easier to have them copy and paste. Do it as copy the information to somewhere else and copy it over. But we had the majority of what we were doing was memory managers and, trying to get more memory on, to get the game to work properly. Boot disks, so you removed all the other things that were running, so you had a clean environment. And convincing people not to run other applications while they were playing the game, because it did use more memory. The funniest one was one of our lead art directors, and he happened to be married to someone that I worked with. And he would come over and we would laugh going, you're married to him. Why aren't you, you're my lead. Why aren't you fixing it for him? It's like, no, I'm married to him. You fix it for him. So, convincing him that, yes, that means shut off all the tools you've got running in the background. And so that's what we were doing more than anything else, was explaining to people, you can't have other things running. You have to just run with this because it's using up all your resources. And so you have to reconfigure things on your computer. And that's why we were doing boot disk, because we never wanted to change anything on their actual computer. That was one of our high criteria. We didn't want anything that was going to permanently affect their computer. That's why we were putting on a boot disk or a PIF, so that we could have you run this for the game and nothing else, and make sure you don't have anything else. But it was a lot of just explaining and talking them through it. Because when I was in, even though we were going to Windows, a lot of our games were still DOS games when I started out. In fact, all of them when I started were all DOS games. I remember one of the funniest ones was having to work with Windows 3.1 and Windows 95, and making sure that the game worked properly in both of them, which was very difficult, because Windows 3.1 was a different animal completely, and nothing worked the same.
And with Windows 95, people bought Windows 95 because they were promised to have a multitasking operating system. Mm-hmm. And asking them not to run anything in the background kind of circumvents the whole feature that they bought this operating system for.
Exactly. And little things that going along with that is, going back to Windows 95, and there was one particular game that, this was right at the time people were starting adding a second hard drive and things like that. And, thinking of one game in particular being TIE Fighter 95, is people wanted to install it on their second hard drive because it was starting to get into larger, games. And so they put on the next other hard drive and it wouldn't work. It was driving us crazy. It's like, why isn't this working? I put it on the D drive. It should work. Well, I finally got a hold of the programmers and they said, oh, just put add a parameter to the exe of /Trebla. Okay, so I did it and it suddenly worked. They could install it to the D drive where they had more room, and it works. And I'm sitting there looking at it and it was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Trebla is Albert backwards. Albert, did you know that this was a problem? Yeah, that's why I put this added this parameter. It's like, could you tell customer support ahead of time next time? This was after I was dealing with, what happened was we'd get a certain amount of calls and then they would be escalated to one of us. And I was the one that these were escalated to. And it was like, Trebla. So I will always remember it. And I've used Trebla as a password at times when I was being obnoxious, just because it's just a running joke. My husband also is in the industry, so it was more of he was very aware of it. And it's like, oh, you're in that mood, huh?
Now, you joined LucasArts right around the time games stopped being released on floppies and they only came out on CD-ROM, which meant that copy protection wasn't really needed anymore since CD burners were crazy expensive at the time in the mid-90s. So my question is, why do you have so many code wheels at home?
Because I was on the Move committee. And those are actually going to be, I still have too many of them. I still have that box, unfortunately. What happened was when I was on the Move committee, there were things that I didn't see as trash. And that was not trash. I'm sorry. I could not throw those in the trash can. And so we've used them as saucers. I used them at my daughter's wedding. We put them on the table just to play with them. As I said, I still have that huge box of them. Does anyone need them? I have too many of them still.
Sell them on eBay. They're worth millions.
I've got so many of them. It's absurd. I've got so many as I said, I was on the Move committee. I did the move from 2 times. So down from the when we were originally down on Francisco up to Los Gamos. And then when we moved to the Presidio, and that's when those came up. I went into a room and those were sitting there in the trash can. And I was like, I'm sorry. And next to the trash can, they weren't even in it. And I was like, I can't throw those away. Those I've spent too much time messing with those. And I also had done a lot of work on copy protection. So I brought them home. So if you can't see it behind me, my desk from Compatibility is actually behind me in my sewing area. Because I was on the Move. Yeah, my old Compatibility desk.
Wow.
Because they were getting rid of all these things. And they said, anything you want to take home, take it home, because we're just going to get rid of it. And it's like, well, my desk I loved it so much, I use it as my sewing table.
I mean, I was always under the impression that Lucasfilm, unlike Sierra Online, had a proper archiving process for older games. So when they did the remasters for Day of the Tentacle and Full Throttle, then they could go into the archives and get all the things that were created for that game. So you're telling me that just because you move buildings, this was considered garbage?
This was, yes. The archives were different as far as there were build shrines. I wish I had a picture. I would gladly share it with you of my desk in Compatibility at when I was at the Presidio, because sitting by behind my desk was a wall of old computers, and every build shrine from every project was brought to me. And so I had this wall of old computers. So I had the original old code of all these games sitting on computers. And that's how a lot of them were archived, is they were just still on the computer that they built it on. But I literally had a wall of old PCs.
Man, if I were a fly on that wall.
Oh, I'm sure. I enjoy doing the old legacy games, and redoing them and updated them for the newer operating systems, because I got to play a lot of the old games over and over again.
Yeah, and get paid for it.
Yes, exactly.
Now, at the end of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, which came out in 1992, there was a teaser that said, look for Indy's return in an all-new adventure, perhaps as a much younger man, which was clearly a reference for the young Indiana Jones Chronicles game, which was supposed to go into production, but was eventually canceled. Did you get to work on that game?
Oh, I certainly did. I'm blessed. I actually have, in the stuff that you see behind me, I have a belt buckle from it that they gave me. I do. Maybe we'll do a little bit where I can go back there and show you a couple things before we're done, because I've got some of the coolest swag you could ever have. But yes, I have the Young Indy Chronicles, and the voice in it was actually River Phoenix.
Really?
Yeah, it was incredible. But it never released. It was just such a sad day that it didn't actually come out. And I thought that one was done by Gleph, because I did a few projects for Gleph, which was George Lucas Educational Foundation. And I thought that the Young Indy was part of that, but I could be wrong.
Wow. So River Phoenix actually came in and voiced the character?
Never that I saw, but he was definitely the voice in it.
Wow. And did you get to work on the Indiana Jones and the Iron Phoenix project?
Which was that one?
The one in which Eric Woolmander tried to film FMV scenes for the game.
No, that one I didn't.
I see. So at that point, was the Young Indy Chronicles, at what state was it in when it was canceled? Did you have a playable demo? Did you have
It was
anything?
basically done.
Really?
It was, yeah, it was in really good shape. I mean, it was, that was the sad thing, is it was, we had pretty much finished. There were several things that happened with that, we were too close to the end, and they ended up being canceled because of decisions that were made.
Yeah,
that being one of the saddest ones, because that was just fun.
Usually when they cancel projects at the end, it's usually because they don't think there's a market for it, and the marketing would cost them a lot, because otherwise they already spent all the money they could spend on that project. Wow. So
there's also changes of management and things like that too. Where one person, that was in charge was really excited about something, then we'd change and we'd get a different president at the time. And then we would, they would not be as interested in it. So there were things like that affected certain projects, not necessarily that one.
Okay, so they wanted to throw away the code wheels. Did you have access to the source code? Maybe a few floppy disks with the demo of the game?
No, that one I didn't.
Oh, man.
I have discs of games that weren't, I do happen to have that. I laughed when I looked through my box over there. We had updated a bunch of Lucas Learning games right before the studio closed. Mm-hmm. And we had updated all of them to work in the latest operating system, and then the studio closed. And I'm the only one that has, other than the programmers, the only one that has copies of the final games that actually worked in the later operating systems. And it's like, oh, what a loss. And I couldn't throw them away, because I have grandkids and I'm going to play them with them.
Wow. So wait, do you have any floppy disks at home that you don't know what's on them? And maybe there's the demo of, or the full game, Indiana Jones, the Young Indy Chronicles?
I don't think so, but there is a chance because of the number of discs that I have. I have spindles. I have so many stacks of spindles, it's ridiculous. Just because of, we do a burn for something that we were going to test, and I'd throw it on a spindle. And so I have spindles of old things, but I don't think I have that one.
Okay. Now, still in 1995, you helped upgrade the X-Wing with Vince Lee and Chip Hindenburg.
Yes, I did.
What can you share
that
about
was so much fun.
This task.
Well, what happened was Vince had built an X-Wing cockpit, and it was just the cockpit. And it was incredible what he did. He had a rumble seat in there. He had speakers underneath it. He had the lights were working inside, but it was just the cockpit. And he decided he wanted to extend it and build the entire X-Wing. So Chip and I went over to Vince's house, and we helped him paint it and sand it down. But you've talked to Vince. Vince is emphatic about being precise and attention to detail. And so we'd be sitting there painting it and doing, no, you need to scrape this out a little bit more. It doesn't have the proper burn marks. It doesn't have this here. And so we had so much fun working with Vince to get the X-Wing cockpit, but extending it. We added a front to it. And we took that to the Marin County Fair for many, many years. And what we did is we had a game set up because it had a computer inside of it. And we played Shadows of the Empire in there. And I would spend half my morning helping people get into the cockpit to play the game. And it was quite, that's where the cockpit ended up staying, was at the Marin County Fair. Because when I walked in one day and we were getting ready for the move, and I heard the testers talking about looking forward to destroying the cockpit, I went over to the Marin County Fair and went, because the 501st were there, and I was friends with them. And what I did is I didn't even go to the 501st at first. I went to the person who ran the Marin County Fair and said, "Do you want this for display?" And they went, "Yes." And so they came and got it. So we rescued it from being destroyed by the testers that really were looking forward to destroying it. It's like, I knew the work that was put into it. I knew how much love that Vince had put into doing it. And to them, it was trash. And to me, it was a treasure. So it landed at the Marin County Fair. And then years later, the 501st rescued it because they didn't have a place for it. And they renovated it even more and used it as part of their display.
I'm glad that you understood the importance of saving these things and everything else you collected over the years. Because, usually it happens in hindsight that you understand how important these things were. Just like with my big boxes, at some point, I thought to myself, okay, I finished these games. I don't need the big boxes. I'll save the jewel case, and that's it. And then a few years later, I understand that the big boxes are the most important, one of the important things, if not the most important part of the game. Because that's how we experienced the game before we actually played it. On the ride home, when you open the box and you read the manual, and you wait for the morning after to boot the game. And so now I understand. But it's a good thing you save these things.
I saved too much. I did. I have gotten rid of some of it. I found a person who has a LucasArts games history museum. Mm-hmm. And I found him, and I've ended up selling a lot of things to him because I didn't have room to keep them anymore. My life has changed. My finances have changed. And so I no longer could keep the multiple storage lockers of all my stuff. So I found someone that was going to treasure it as much as I did. And I passed a lot of my big boxes on to him in the last 2 years. But I had previously, you would walk in, and I don't know if you can tell I can't really see behind me. I've got probably about 75 Prima guides from our games that I'm probably going to get rid of soon because I really don't need them anymore. But I had, so many things. Because what happened was, if you walked in, you would find bookshelves with all the Prima guides, with all the games and stuff in that I had worked on and things. But there was a certain point that I had to let go of some of it. And I kept everything small enough that I could hold on to easily because there were certain things I'll never let go of.
Like the young Indiana Jones Chronicles floppy disks.
Yeah, exactly. I'll let you know if I find them.
Now, in 1996, you got to work on Mortimer and the Riddles of the Medallion, even though you're not credited on it.
I know.
Were there any specific issues that came up from it using DirectX 1 for this game?
Oh, yes. So many. That's where it all started. That's why when I laughed, I was doing some research on DirectX, and it was saying the first LucasArts game with DirectX was it said Outlaws. I was like, oh, no. You're so wrong. That was Mortimer. The only problem I had with Mortimer, I love Mortimer, one of my favorite games ever, was that I couldn't fly for the life of me when I started working on Mortimer. And you mentioned Chip Hindenburg, my dear friend Chip. I love him. He had so much fun torturing me because I couldn't fly for the life of me because I really wasn't a gamer. That was not the direction I was going. And so, do you remember those little things called yakbacks?
Mm-hmm.
He decided one day to harass me, playfully, of course, and went on his yakback and says, Lynn can't play, threw on easy. And every time I'd start flying, he would play that yakback in my ear. And it was like, I'm going to kill you later. Just thank you. And so I got really good at flying in Mortimer because of Chip hassling me nonstop, because he was a very good friend. And so we picked on each other mercilessly. And so it wasn't anything where he was being mean. It was just him being Chip, Gotta hassle Lynn. It's what we do, right? So I got much better at Mortimer. I love Mortimer because it taught so much. I think one of the hardest things was explaining to the parents the cheat code if they needed it, because it was something you wouldn't want to tell the kids because it was so silly, but it was barf bag. And so, what I loved about Mortimer was the lessons, because they worked with, to get past a certain level, you had to study and learn things because it was teaching you about this animal eats these foods, this animal does these things. And so it was educational, kind of hidden away in the middle of a fun game. So to progress through each level, and that's where I got stuck, where people got stuck a lot, is they didn't understand that. So you just explain to them, okay, think this through. And so a lot of customer support at the time was hand-holding, No, really, you can finish this. What do you think they're asking you? What do you think this question is asking you to do? And they used, National Geographics to get information. They really had sourced information. And so, what does the koala eat? Where are they from? What is the temperatures there? Things like that. And so the kids had to go and research it to figure out how to get through it. And I'd say that was a lot of it. But, DirectX 1 was a new beast. People no one knew. And what happened was I started compatibility after Mortimer was close to done. And that's why I wasn't credited in it. And so I did a lot of the CD-ROM tests. And CD-ROMs at the time were a challenge because not all CD-ROMs work the same. There's different speeds of them. There's different quality of them. And so I spent most of my time installing, uninstalling, and playing through a couple levels on CD-ROMs to make sure that it worked well. And so that was a lot of what I did. And that's why probably I wasn't credited just because it was too late. When they needed support, I was commuting with Chip. And so when the job came up, he asked me if I was going to apply for it. And which, of course, I was. He said, you asked so many questions, you better apply for the job. And so that's how I ended up in compatibility. Because I was always over there going, don't tell me it doesn't work. Tell me why it doesn't work. What is it that's holding it back? And so because I was constantly asking questions, that's what got me into compatibility.
That's awesome. Now, still in 1996, you were credited for technical support on Afterlife.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
How did providing technical support for a game, for this type of game, differ from, let's say, supporting a point-and-click adventure game?
Well, you had a few things on it. Afterlife, I love Afterlife. That was so much fun. But it was, there were issues with it that were you would never think of. And it was more of a people's opinion of it. Because we were going into that territory that kind of pushed a few buttons along the way. And people were very upset that we were playing with the afterlife and making fun of it and mocking, as above, so below. Everything you do in heaven is done on the other side too. And so it was a lot of things like that where you were explaining to people that no, we were not meaning to be sacrilegious or this is a game. There was nothing meant by this. We did have people call us very, very upset about what the game was about. It was about silliness, It was a bunch of ghosts that, just think about, Jasper and the charger cables to get him started. Just the 4 surfboards of the apocalypse. Yeah, you can see why it was pushing a few buttons along the way. So I'd say that, other than getting it, working properly, on getting it running properly, it was more so talking people down. I mean, that was one of the hardest parts was people were very upset. And we actually had a meeting about that.
But why call technical support?
Because that's what people did.
Call customer support.
Uh-huh.
No, call customer support instead of calling technical support.
It was one and the same. There was no difference. Customer support and technical support was the same thing.
I see.
So we got them all. It was during Afterlife that we had a training on how to deal with irate customers. We had to do training on it because we were dealing with so many angry customers. And what we learned was if they call you cussing at you, which they were doing on a regular basis at the time, sit there and let them vent for 2 minutes and don't say a word. And just be silent and let them vent. And we literally were watching clocks. And after 2 minutes, they had gotten it all out. But if you if you say anything in the middle of it, you've just reignited that anger and they start up again. So it was literally, and it was done by a study on how to work with anger. And we were laughing because it worked. And we rolled this out during Afterlife because we had so many people. We upset the Christian community, and we might have upset a few other communities at the time with that game. But if you played the game, how could you be upset? It was just pure silliness.
Plus, those 2 minutes were pretty profitable. They sit and curse for 2 minutes, and it cost them $2 or $3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. A lot of times, though, on games like that, what we were also doing was some of the questions were hint questions. And although we had a hint line at the time, a dedicated hint line, if they were calling from Europe or some other country, we would go to the hint department and ask them for the answer because those tools weren't available for them. So we did a lot of things where if they did, sometimes it wasn't a technical issue. It was more of a, how do you play this? And so we would run over to the hint department and say, they're stuck at this point. What do we do? And get the information. But that was only for people that were out of the U.S. because the others could call the hint line.
So you guys were like the 911 of Europe. You call 19 and you get everything.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
We had 40-some people in customer support at the time. We had a very large support team.
Now, still in 1996, you were credited as one of the PlayStation testers on Dark Forces. What was it like shifting to testing on PlayStation after being, more computer focused up to that point?
It was learning. It was definitely a learning curve because I did not have a PlayStation, at the time. And so it was more of a, okay, this is fun. And because I'd played it on PC, in my training, because one of the things we did in training was we played all the games so that we knew what the issues were. And so because I had done that, that's why they asked me to help on the QA side, because they just needed extra people. And so because I had already played the game on PC, it was like, could you come over and help here? I was a mom with a large family, so I needed all the extra work I could get.
And did you play the PC version for comparison, or did you treat it as an entirely new game?
A completely new game. Because while I was playing the PC, like as I said on the training, what we did for our first part of training was we played all the games. So we had to play and learn the games and learn how to play them. So we had done that in training for customer support. So when it came up for Dark Forces, for PlayStation, I was like, well, sure, I'll play it, which was actually fun because I learned then that, yeah, consoles are fun too, but I kind of like the keyboard and mouse myself. Unless you were flying a spaceship. I do not like the mouse on, let's see, Rebel Assault. Trying to explain to the customer when they said, it says here that you can play on a mouse. I'd say, yeah, I know it does, but I highly recommend a joystick. And you're flying through Beggar's Canyon. Yes, you can do it, but it takes a lot of patience to do it.
It took me weeks to finish the Beggar's Canyon level because I had a mouse. I didn't have a joystick. And
how many times did you hit those darn walls?
All the time.
Exactly. It's like, please get a joystick. Your life will be so much easier. But you couldn't say that directly.
I told Vince he should have added keyboard support for us players without a joystick.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree.
Now, still in 1996, you were credited for quality assurance on Rebel Assault 2 for the PlayStation. And it's a good thing that you like Mortimer because it gave you a chance to practice because they run on the same engine. So if you're good at Mortimer, you can be perfect in Rebel Assault 2.
Well, Rebel Assault 2, one of the main things I did on that game was, there were some bad burns, is what they were suspecting. And what was happening was, at this time, we used to care about this thing called lip sync. And so I played Rebel Assault 2 so many times, playing through on different, this is, as I've said, on CD-ROMs, to make sure that the lip sync was on. And so it became a running joke with with the team. I'd go to Chip, I'd say, Darth Vader's lip sync is perfect, but everyone else is having trouble. It's like, Lynn, you need to behave now. It's like, I've been doing this for too many hours, sitting there. Watching lip sync is one of the most tedious jobs you could possibly imagine because all you're doing is, does it sync up? Because the speculation was that one of the burners was burning slow. And so we had to just keep reburning it and keep doing it over and over again. So Rebel Assault was going along with that. And yes, Mortimer did help me for flying on that one. But, oh, man, I got better at flying as I went on, thankfully.
So how'd you figure out which burner was slacking on the job?
Well, you could tell after you had done this enough times, you could see which one. And of course, they were named after the Marx Brothers. And I'm pretty sure it was, it's the burners. I said we were silly at the time, So I believe it was Harpo that was having trouble, but it was one of the three, and it was like, but they were doing it at different speeds, different things, just to make sure, find out where the problem was, so that they could, make sure that they could, get the build out properly.
But how does a slow burn affect the game itself? It's supposed to burn the files as is, regardless of its speed.
You would think so, but not necessarily. Because, as I said, for some reason, it would affect, of all things, lip sync. Because it would just slow down. It wasn't burning it. It wasn't, and it was also the optical drives could not keep up with it. And I think some drives were more sensitive than others.
Interesting. So one of the files was corrupted in the burns in the CDs that were burned in that CD burner.
Yeah. It would just cause it to slow down. It would just cause things they just weren't loading properly. And they weren't loading properly on certain drives, more so than others.
Gotcha.
All hardware is not created equal.
Yeah. So in February 1997, you got promoted to compatibility tech, and your promotion was actually mentioned in an issue of The Farce.
Yep, I think that's probably behind me.
There you are.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Lynn Selk promotion. February 3rd. 1997.
And what that was is I went from being a assistant compatibility tech to a compatibility tech at that point. Because I started in compatibility in May of 96, I believe. Because it was just over my year. Because one of the rules that we had, which I think was very smart, was they didn't want you changing departments before you'd been there for a year. And the compatibility position came up in, around April. And that's when I was commuting with Chip because he may have had a license problem at the time. I was his driver. And so he started asking if I was going to apply for the job. And so I applied and I got the job. I believe it was May of 96. And so this was when I went from assistant to full compatibility technician.
And what kind of tools did the LucasArts QA and compatibility team use for compatibility testing?
We didn't use any major tools. We used the actual hardware. We had one of the most incredible hardware libraries you could possibly imagine. What Chip and the team had done is they had set up relationships with all the different hardware vendors, and which I eventually took over when Chip moved over to QA. But what we did is for every piece of hardware that was released by the manufacturer, we asked for 3 pieces of hardware. One for compatibility, one for customer support, and one for the dev team. And so in exchange for that, we would give them copies of the games when the game's released. So every time we'd release it, and then we would also tell them that if we find any issues, we will document that in our documentation, our troubleshooting guide. And so we would write the troubleshooting guide and talk about all the different issues. And so we kind of ended up using that a lot to get more hardware, saying, well, if it's not, we can't include it in the troubleshooting guide if we haven't tested this piece of hardware. And just because a new piece of hardware came out, example saying from a, Model 2 to Model 3, doesn't mean that Model 3 was going to work. And if you just put that on the box that it worked, doesn't mean that it was going to work. So we tested every piece of hardware in every configuration you could possibly think of. So every operating system that was supported, every version of the game. So it really varied. So we had up to over 100 video cards. I think we had 139 video cards at one point. We had close to 100 sound cards, and we would test every version of it. So if Creative Labs had 6 different versions of sound cards, we would test 6 different sound cards to make sure that they all worked properly and then document what the issues were. So it wasn't really tools other than our programmers giving us a new DirectX tool, or Gary Brubaker, who I know you interviewed, had one of the best tools in Shadows of the Empire that we ended up using for all of our different games to make sure the game had the components that it needed, or the hardware had the components that it needed for the game to test it. And so we used the tools that our programmers made, not external tools. But we did the actual physical testing. So if the game was supported in Windows 95, ME, or name it, whatever one. If it was a DOS and Windows game, we had to test it in DOS and Windows. And so you can imagine how many hours it took us to do this.
So whenever you wanted to test a new setup, you had to assemble the correct parts and create that setup and run it, like install the drivers and everything.
Yep. Yes.
Wow.
Well, that's exactly what we were doing all day long. And so, as I say about my desk behind me, we'd have on the desk, we would have multiple computers laid out and just, change out the hardware and test the game on it, then go to another piece. After a while, we fine-tuned it to where, example, if I was testing NVIDIA cards, I would set up my system and I would be the one testing all the NVIDIA cards today. The next day, I might be doing all the ATI cards. And the next person to me would be doing all the NVIDIA cards because we were double checking ourselves to make sure we hadn't missed any issues. So, the reason we did this is because of drivers, because one of the hardest things was once you installed the drivers, getting all those drivers out so you go to the next one. So that's why we found that it was better to fine tune it and saying, you're on ATI today, you're on NVIDIA today, you're on this one today, and then trade off, because we didn't want we never wanted it to be a bottleneck that if someone was out, no one could do any work. So we cross-trained everybody. But we tested, there was an inappropriate bug written up about me by one of the programmers, and playful, of course, because he told one of my techs that he hated me because I was so mean to him. And that was because I called him and I said, I can have Windows installed faster than you can have me a new version of the DirectX detection. And he says, no, you can't. I said, want to bet? And so we had that kind of relationship. And so it's like, okay, broke that one, give me a new one. And because I knew how to reinstall Windows fast. And so we had a lot of things like that we were doing, where our tools were all internal tools made by our teams. But we tended to work directly with the programming team a lot.
There are endless combinations of CD-ROM drives with sound cards and with video cards. Mm-hmm. How do you test all of them? I mean, you just test the video cards and then you just test the CD-ROM drives, but there may be situations in which that CD-ROM drive with that sound card may not work properly. How do you find out about it before releasing the game?
Well, a couple things. We would try our best because we had vast configurations. We had low-end through high-end systems set up. We had different scenarios with different chipsets, different types of motherboards, different types of drivers, different things like that. So we had a wide variety of systems. And then, so we would but inevitably, a lot of the things we found that were those very system-specific issues came from customer support, where they'd say, okay, this guy can't play this, and we'd look at their DXDiag, and so we would reproduce what their configuration was to see if we could reproduce the issue.
And when it comes to compatibility, where does your work as a compatibility tech end and the QA's begins? Was there a clear handoff between the two? Because there may be scenarios where it's not just the setup itself. The intro may not work properly on certain hardware, or the game itself may not work properly. Are these things that the QA team needs to find, or you guys?
It was a combination of things. So our main focus, because we were doing testing so much hardware, our main focus was the hardware. So if, example, one of our technicians found a gameplay issue, we lovingly called, they would have bug buddies. So someone in the QA team, we're saying, we're seeing this issue that doesn't seem to be a compatibility issue. Could you go talk to your buddy, your partner, and have them see if they can reproduce it in the game so we can determine if it's a hardware or software issue. And so we worked directly with the QA team. We were seated next to them. And so we would just work directly with them saying, are you seeing this issue too? Can you try to repro it? And the same thing. And when we'd write up a bug, if it was a gameplay bug, we would often, usually, as best we could, hand it off to, we didn't work on bug count. You have to have 17, 15 bugs today. You have to have this. We worked on quality of issues. So if I found a gameplay issue, I would go over to one of the QA people and say, I wrote the bug up. I'm going to assign it to you. Can you track this for me? And so we work directly together on things. And the same thing with QA. We're running into an issue. Can you guys verify if this is a compatibility issue or if it's a gameplay issue? So because we had such a good relationship with the QA and the customer support teams, we often, we would kind of bounce things off of each other and the international team, because I had to get international operating systems for the international team so that we could actually test it in on all the different languages that we supported at the time too.
Still in 1997, you're credited for compatibility testing on Yoda Stories. Now, unlike many games at the time that needed, most of the games at the time needed a Pentium processor and 60 megs of RAM, but Yoda Stories could run on, a 486 with 8 megs of RAM. Now, since this was a very lightweight and casual game that could run on computers that were at the time probably 2 years old or 3 years old, did that make the compatibility testing easier or more complicated?
I don't think it was easier or harder. It was just more of a, okay, this is what we're working on now. Compatibility usually had 3 to 6 games in at a time. That was our average. And so it was more of a, I loved Yoda Stories. It was a fun little desktop adventure. And so you would go in there, and actually I've got a couple copies of it still. It was different type of testing because you were testing here, you were on your desktop. And so it would just, it basically played on most everything. It was more of a, it wasn't as many compatibility issues as gameplay issues. That's the game that my son was homesick and and we were about to release it. And he called me and says, "Mom, you can't finish it." Because he was homesick, I was letting him play it. And I went to the lead tester and they turned around and I said, "He's at this point, you can't finish it." And they turned around and said, "We hate your son." Because he was right. And they had to do a new build because they had missed something that I wasn't finishing the game, but my son was bored because he had bronchitis. And so he was sitting around playing the game and went, "You can't finish the game, Mom." And so I told the lead tester on it, and he turned around and went, sigh. And so they had to do a new build, and he got credited in the game because of it, because he found that wonderful A1 bug on release.
Well played.
But it didn't have as many compatibility issues. It basically ran on everything, but it had other little types of issues.
Yeah, but newer games ran on more modern machines, so you had less variety to choose from. You had that processor, and CD-ROM drives needed a certain speed at the time. But this game didn't need, I think it was either double speed.
I think so, yeah.
So, you needed to test setups that were 3 years old at the time. And that may have complicated things. That's why I asked.
Yeah, basically we had every configuration of system you could imagine, including we had one box that was called Deep Thought that was just a literal box that had 3 motherboards in it, so we could do quick switches on things that just needed a spot check.
So you could switch between the motherboards inside the box?
Yeah, the motherboard was set up. It was all wired up. It was all set up. And we would just open up this huge box and put different hardware onto these motherboards that were connected to this big box that we had set up.
Wow.
We called it Deep Thought.
So when I asked you before what tools you guys had, this seems like a very important tool.
Yeah, we built all kinds of strange configurations.
I see. Okay. Now, still in 1997, you're credited as compatibility tech on Outlaws. Now, you tweeted and you said before that Outlaws was one of the best story-driven games you worked on.
Absolutely.
What made Outlaws stand out for you compared to, the Star Wars titles?
It was pure silliness. During early versions, we had music in it that could not be released, and so we would have fun with that. Last Dance with Mary Jane, I believe, was our soundtrack for a little while that we would have fun with. We would, there again, it was Outlaws was difficult because it was DirectX 3. And it was right when that was coming out, and we were customer support was not liking us because we were saying you had to have at least DirectX 3 for it. And so it added more variables to their support that they had to do. But it had so much to it. It was fun. The stories were fun. The Easter eggs in it were a blast. The bugs in it were a blast. We had giant avatars, where in one version, and you had ones that, you do know about the spaceship and the porta potty, right?
Mm-hmm. The outhouse.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. Porta potty is but in the outhouse, we had so much fun doing silliness, playing things like that, and being multiplayer. We also had a habit of going home at night and playing our multiplayer. Well, we had to test it in real world scenario, right? So
Sure.
we would get off work, we would go home, and we would play until the wee hours of the morning. Our team would, and and all the taunts. Oh, those taunts were silly. You do, of course, know of all the taunts when you hit the keyboards.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we tested everything on it, and there was just so much to it.
Well, you had to test it.
And there were so many versions of it because it was DirectX only. Then we added OpenGL. Then we added Open. I can't even remember all the different things we added to that one. There was like 6 releases altogether for all the different updates that we did to it for adding new support features, so that they could play on a wider range of hardware. When it first was released, it was DirectX only, but we kept updating that one. And I think that was part of the fun of it too, was, okay, now it's released, now let's make it work on more hardware.
So unlike Dark Forces, in which you only had to support DOS and maybe Windows later, in this one you actually had to test it constantly for the first year or so.
Mm-hmm. And update the troubleshooting guide each time. Because along with this, as I said earlier about that sheet of paper, I became the technical writer along the way. Because I asked so many questions, I said, if you don't like it, write it yourself. And so I ended up writing the troubleshooting guides with Chip. And so we did most of the troubleshooting guides. And so along with it, with this one in particular, I would then, after we would do this, we would work with the international team. And this is before Word had the ability to say this line has changed, this line has changed. I would take the document. When we did the DirectX version, I knew what I would update. I would note that. Then I would go to the international team and say, we updated this line to this, we updated line this to this, and do it manually, going through the entire thing and finding this line was changed. We added these things, we removed these things, and work with the international team to make sure we got all the translations done for it. So along with updating all the hardware, we were also making sure that they were translated properly and got back until we had all the documentation available to everyone for every release.
Sounds like fun.
And Outlaws was the hardest because of the number of updates we did. More so than, Galaxies was probably the hardest. But Galaxies was easier because by then Word had the feature where it would tell you what's changed. And you could track changes. Did not have that on Outlaws. I was the change tracker.
Well, it's a good thing you're the technical writer. You knew what to change and what to tell others to change. So Now, still 1997, you were credited as compatibility tech on Outlaws, handful of missions. How did testing this mission pack differ from the base game? I know that in addition to the additional levels, you also had to upgrade the game to version 2.0.
And it was a lot of the handful of missions also was a lot of multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
So we did a lot of multiplayer player testing. So we spent a lot of time killing each other.
And this was the compatibility technician's job to test the multiplayer? Wasn't the QA team's job?
Multiplayer was part of us. The multiplayer lab was part of the compatibility team. At that time. It did when it got bigger, when we got to the battlefront and things. It became more of a QA was much more involved, but the compatibility, it was run by the compatibility team.
I mean, why was it in the compatibility team? Because you could have different kinds of modems with different kinds of speeds, so you had to test that it's working on.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And also convincing the different programmers of what the support was. We were in charge of system specs, determining what the system specs were. So as we were going through these, we would, and this was included in multiplayer, what were the system specs? What modem speed do we need? Do we need broadband? things of that sort. And we had a wide variety, we would make sure our systems in the multiplayer lab had a wide variety of hardware also, so that we could find any compatibility issues on multiplayer.
Bottom line, you just wanted to play multiplayer all day long, so you placed it in the compatibility team.
Pretty much. Yeah. I'd say that's a large part of it.
Now, speaking of specs, in 1997, you were credited as compatibility technician on Curse of Monkey Island. Now, I've heard some people encountered an issue with the scene in which Guybrush is eaten by a snake, and that FMV scene was apparently so CPU heavy on some setups that it caused the game to crash. So when it came to determining the minimum requirements, you talked about modem speeds, but minimum requirements in general for a game, did they consult you about performance bottlenecks like these?
Yes, heavily. What we did is we would go through, we had one person, we somewhat volunteered, somewhat not, that was always on a min-spec system. And we would change that between different people so that we weren't always torturing the same person with min-spec. In our view, someone had to play through the entire game on what the programming team had said was going to be the min-spec for the game. Mm-hmm. We would play through the entire game from start to finish on min-spec and make sure that you could actually finish the game. And so that was something that we were doing, and we would help. We'd say, okay, you need at least this much RAM. You need at least this type of a hard drive. They would come to us with what they wanted it to be, and we would tell them if that was realistic or if it needed to be changed. And so we were a lot of the determination, but we worked with the marketing team and the different groups to make sure, the programming team and the marketing team to determine what the systems needed to be for each game. They would come in and they say, we want it to be this. And we had a tendency to say, can you go a little bit lower? Because in our eyes, in compatibility, we wanted to be able to support the largest number of customers as possible. And so the lower your min-spec is, the more customers you can support. But it also means the more issues you're going to encounter, which would be documented in the troubleshooting guide. So it kind of all worked together, but we worked directly with the teams to determine what they were based on their speculations. And there was one game in particular that I remember going to someone who later became our company president and saying, they're wanting us to release at this, this card here doesn't work. What do you think? And I showed it to him, and we changed the spec for that one card. We raised it because it did not play. You could not complete this one cutscene because of this one card. And I said, I promise you, you're going to be stuck here. And he walked in and says, this isn't acceptable. I said, exactly. And so we ended up changing the min-spec. So that's how we did it. It was they would say what they wanted. We would determine if it was realistic and then work with them to finalize it.
So the process was, let's say they decided on the min-spec and you guys test it and notice that there's a problem. You send it back to the developers to see if they can solve that issue, or you just decide that, it's not going to work on the min-spec. We have to release it. Let's change the min-spec to something else.
Yeah, that was exactly what we did.
Was there ever a case in which the developers were able to solve that issue and, stick with the original min-spec they suggested?
Oh, yes. Usually, the majority of the time, yes. There were just a few times that wasn't the case. Or there were also little things that came up along the way, which we're going to get into a couple years later, that they didn't give us all the information. And customer support found out something that we didn't know because they had not delivered us that information, which then changed our testing scenario. I had a test plan that I called the gotcha file. And what the gotcha file was all those little issues that on this game, there actually was a cache that was needed at the beginning. So if you said that you needed this much hard drive space, that was not real. You needed this much more. And so those gotcha files ended up being one of the longest test plans that we had, because it was like, make sure, see how many folders you can go into, before it breaks the installation. What is the character limits? what is the size of the game after installation? What is the size of the game during installation? Things like that, the little things that that they said, oh, well, the min-spec is this, you need this much hard drive space. Well, actually, you needed 200 megs more because of the way it decompressed. And so the gotcha file were the things that customer support said, hey, how'd you guys miss this issue? And my problem was my husband worked in customer support, so I heard about it if we missed something. So it made it even worse. Because it was literally be said, how did you miss this? It's like, how did I miss this? Thank you.
You should have said that the QA team missed it.
Of course. No, I just made him test sometimes so that he would, to keep it quiet.
Yeah. He should be responsible for these bugs, not you.
Well, he actually found one of the greatest. You were talking about configuration bugs.
Mm-hmm.
He was wanting to go home one night, and since he couldn't go home till I left, Chip and I threw him onto a test plan and said, quick, why don't you help us with this? Put the system together. And when he did, it didn't work. And we found with one specific configuration that it was broken. And we ended up working with NVIDIA and Microsoft, because when you put these two components together, it would give us misinformation. And it was one specific video card on one specific operating system. And it was like, are you kidding me? And it was entirely found because we threw this hardware at him. And it was, do you know what the issue was? Mismatched memory.
Oh.
It was, we handed him some RAM to throw in. He threw in 2 sticks that were mismatched, and the game wouldn't run.
So
things you would never think of.
Did you change the troubleshooting guide for this scenario?
No, we talked to Microsoft first. Actually, that was one that we didn't tell in the troubleshooting guide. We told customer support, because anything that was going to be in jeopardy of them hurting their computer, we didn't put in documentation. We weren't going to tell you to go change the memory on your computer. But we knew it was an issue. So customer support was very aware of the issue, so that if someone called with these symptoms, it got escalated to my husband because he was the one that found the issue.
So in the end, did Microsoft issue an update to Windows that solved it, or NVIDIA issued a new
No, neither
driver?
one of them.
So you had to ask the players to just switch memory sticks?
Yeah. Make sure that your memory is, that you have matched memory.
Aren't you responsible for it if you ask them to do it? You didn't want to write in the documentation, but aren't you responsible for any issues in case you tell them to do so when they call tech support?
Yes. Well, what we did is we often sent them off to Microsoft for something like that one. That one was one where it was like it's not our responsibility. It's nothing that's wrong with our game. It is your system. It's your this video card with this motherboard with this RAM. So unique configuration that you would never think of. And someone that had bought a computer off the shelf would probably never encounter it. But someone that had built their own computer could easily encounter it.
Gotcha. So someone who built their own computer should know how to switch memory sticks themselves.
Exactly. Yes.
Now, we were talking about Curse of Monkey Island. The setup menu includes that infamous enable hardware acceleration checkbox, which was obviously a joke. Now, do you remember if you, in your role as a compatibility technician at the time, had to deal with any fallout from the players taking it seriously or reaching out to support about it?
It was in the troubleshooting guide. If this button works for you, you've been playing the game too long, go take a break. That's how I dealt with that one. I loved the humor of our games. So that was one of them that, it was like because it was a joke, we made it into a joke in the troubleshooting guide. We just kind of followed along with them.
It's
because
awesome.
It wasn't going to work.
I know. It's awesome that it made it into the final game because, after the stump joke in Monkey Island 1, I was certain that they won't release any type of game that has this type of joke in it because of the fallout from the players who can't take a joke.
Yes. Players definitely cannot take a joke sometimes. But no, we still did, the teams, we had some good teams. We would do things like in Monkey Island where, when he goes in to the barber shop and he eats a jawbreaker and is choking on it, we had a habit of leaving him choking all night just because he was there. So we would find the jokes in the game and we would just play on them. Because, we were spending so many hours. We did a lot of overtime. We worked many, many hours. And so by the end of the day, we sometimes were getting a little bit silly. And we because we spent so much time working, we all became pretty good friends the majority of the time. There were a few that didn't get, that were not as interested in our silliness along the way. But most of us, we kind of just messed with each other a lot. I came in one day on a bad day and someone had put a Les Nessman tape around my desk and said, "Enter at your own risk, very overstressed technical writer, danger zone." And it was funny. We left it there for many years, and because people would walk up to it and not step over it. And it was like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It was a joke that we just kept running.
Now, speaking of your role as a technical writer, you're also credited as a technical writer on this game. Did you have any hand in any of the manuals or the in-game text, or was the focus more on internal documentation?
I wrote troubleshooting guides and readmes. Well, Chip and I did most of the troubleshooting guides. I worked with the testers to do the readmes because I could write it faster than they could. So I'd work directly with the lead tester to get the readmes done. The manuals and any other documentation, I was on the routing team. And so I would help them make sure that we had everything in there. So I worked with all, any documentation that went through, I at least reviewed it if I didn't help write it or add input to it.
Well played. Now, you tested many games during that time, so I've got to ask, how often did you get to use the branded CD shrink wrapper opener?
I have one. I have two of them behind me and that stuff behind there. The funniest thing is when that was handed to us, we used it a lot. On the way back from the party where we got those, the number of cut fingers was hilarious. So just because you're a tester does not mean you need to test things. There is a blade in there. It did cut your finger if you ran your finger through it, but we ended up using it all the time because of different things we were working on. We would get anything in. We used ours probably more than anyone else.
But why did you get sealed copies of the games?
Well, it would be different things. It would be still sealed copies of the game. We'd be getting new hardware in, new drivers in. Sometimes they would come sealed, things like that.
Okay. Now, still 1997, you were credited for compatibility testing and technical writing on Jedi Knight. Now, Max from 7 Max makes a cameo in the game, kind of like a hidden Easter egg that was supposed to be hard to find. But apparently, your sons kept running into him during gameplay.
Oh, yes. And they would come running into the room going, "Mom, we found him."
So were your sons always testing the games you worked on and torturing the test leads with bugs the adults couldn't reproduce?
Oh, yes, they were. But what was funny about it, it was not the reaction you would expect where they were going, "Don't let your kids test it." It was like, "You're bringing the kids in this weekend, aren't you?" Because the lead testers loved my sons because they were so into the games. And so they would come in. I did walk out and find one of them holding one of my sons upside down one day. And I said, "Do you need help?" And he says, "No." And he was laughing. My son was. And I said, "What did he do?" And he says, "He found this really good bug." It's like, he does that. And just kept walking. I was that type of mom. I'd let them play. But
they should have hired them.
We'll get to that later. We were going to, but they did not like how the industry went.
I see. Okay. Now, from a compatibility standpoint, what kind of testing did the FMV scenes in the game require? I mean, back then it was kind of tricky to run full motion videos in full screen on the computers of the time. How did you make sure that those videos ran smoothly?
So Jedi Knight, to me, is one of the most, I think Jedi Knight probably sold more hardware than most games ever. Because if you remember, you could take it down to like a little thumbnail size to play the game on the low end hardware, or you could expand it out to the large size so you could see so you could play it on the newer hardware. And so that game in particular worked on so many configurations, from the oldest hardware you can imagine to the best, newest stuff. And there were settings in the game that were hidden, that were originally meant to be to be shown so that the customer could support it. But there was so many options in the configuration screen that when Chip and I almost killed his computer while we were testing something one night while we were working on the documentation, we went to the team and said, please block that to where it's not available to the customer by default, because we almost killed Chip's computer, and we know what we're doing. But we had chose a setting, I wonder what if we turn this setting to this. So there was intricate settings in that game. Ray Gresco was really good. And there were so many settings in that game as far as to get it to work on the low end through the high end. But it was in a hidden menu that you had to do with adding a parameter to the EXE to access it, that we told customer support how to access that so that they could fix some of the issues that they were going to encounter in the game. But it was not documented to anyone except for customer support, because we knew how dangerous it was for the customer who always thought they knew what they were talking about and often did not, to potentially harm their computer with the settings that we had accessible in that menu.
Now, in 1998, you were credited as technical writer on Jedi Knight, Mysteries of the Sith. Now, in this game, you're not credited for compatibility. So in this particular case, that you didn't test the game for yourself in any capacity, how closely did you get to work with the dev and QA teams to make sure that everything was accurate?
Well, that's where there's a problem. That is not accurate. We were supposed to be credited in the game, and they did not credit us. I have got one of the Dream Team t-shirts because Chip and I turned around and said, oh, you didn't credit us, and you made these t-shirts for the team and didn't include us in it. I guess we're done testing. And they went, no, we need you to complete. No, you're not crediting us. You're not acknowledging that we worked on it. I guess we're done. We didn't do anything. And so Chip and I have Dream Team t-shirts, but we did not get in the credits because it was too late.
What do you mean it was too late? They didn't know that you'd be the ones testing, doing the compatibility testing? No, it was
because QA didn't. It depended on who we were working with in the QA. Sometimes they didn't think it through. There's at least one other game that happened on, and one that it almost happened on. And when I went off on the producer on that one, he changed that because I did the same thing. We're killing ourselves working, and you weren't going to credit us. We were that stepchild over on the side over there. That sometimes the QA guys, depending on who it was, would omit. Because we didn't do anything, right? We were just living there. We often left around midnight.
Now, in April of 1998, LucasArts took part in, let's say, answering phones at KQED.
Oh, yes.
And I spotted you in the back over there.
Oh, I'm there. Yes. That was fun.
Right. Was that a pledge drive? Or what were you collecting money for?
That was a pledge drive where our team went in and helped them on a pledge drive.
Look at that team. Let's
see. You've got Paul Lefevre. You've got Randy Tudor, Diane Miller. Maddie Azaveda. The one with his hand up next to me is my husband, Scott. I can't see the other faces enough. I don't remember who all else was there.
So you were the guys wearing black?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as you said before, you were in both move committees when LucasArts changed buildings. So
Yes.
I understand that once you got completely lost trying to set up phones, searching for one specific desk in a sea of empty ones. How'd you end up finding it?
Yeah. It was hilarious. It took a while because Los Gamos, we called the Death Star. It had a lot of rounded rooms and things like that, just different shapes. And I had put all the phones down and I needed to add one, and I could not for the life of me figure out where in the world it was. And so I wandered for a little bit and I found it, but it was more of I can't believe I've lost myself in my building. But it was fun working with the team. We were making sure all the phones were ready from when we moved in for the entire company.
And you were stealing stuff.
No, I wasn't stealing anything. When I set up this
collecting stuff.
So for this move, not that much. When we moved to Los Gamos, I had just been there for a few months, and because I had moved a computer lab at the JC, they asked me to help on this move. And on this one, it was more of going into a new studio and just setting everything up and getting everything configured and ready for us to move in so that we didn't have any downtime. So on that one, that was not the move. The move that I ended up with a lot of really cool things from was from when we moved from Los Gamos into the Presidio a few years later. And that's a different story. I had a lot of cool things from that one.
Now, 1998 was a big year, as you were also credited as compatibility technician and technical writer on Grim Fandango. Now, the game itself was extremely ambitious in terms of story, but it was also technically ambitious since it was LucasArts' first 3D adventure game. So I wanted to know, what were some of the issues you encountered while doing your compatibility testing in terms of, things like graphic card support and the 3D engine itself, maybe CPU speeds?
Oh, there was all kinds of things on that one. And Grim, that is another of my favorite teams ever. I love that working on Grim. Grim is the game I was talking about where I called Simon Jeffries. He was at the time working with the international team before he became the president. And he's the one that I called downstairs and said, they want to say this is the min-spec, but watch this cutscene. And it was the one where they're pushing up the posies.
Mm-hmm.
And it literally took about 10 minutes for that cutscene to finish. And he says, that's unacceptable. I said, exactly. What are we going to do about it? And we raised the min-spec. And it was because of one video card. Now, the min-spec was still low at the time. The other issue was new hardware came out right after the game released. And the Pentium 200, I think it was, P200. And it was too fast for the game. So there's an elevator in there where you have to get the forklift into this little whole room. And you get in that elevator and it go boop, 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 up, down. And we had to work with that and get that bug fixed because it didn't work. Because the game was going too fast on that hardware because we hadn't tested it because the hardware wasn't released when we were testing.
So it's funny. Sierra used to do that. Sierra used to do that all the time. They linked the game speed to the CPU speed. So whenever a new setup would be released, the game would be too fast to play. But LucasArts didn't do that, except for this game, apparently. Because, like you said, it required a patch to fix that elevator scene.
Yeah, it sure did. I loved working with them. That was the game that I was notorious for. If we would call Tim down to look at an issue, Tim or Brett, and I would make sure I had a bug on my screen, just on purpose. Just a running. It was like a little running joke with it. That team had a poison list, and I loved the fact that I was at the top of the poison list on a regular basis. And those were the ones that caused the most trouble for the teams. So,
in my conversation with Brett, he showed me the list of bugs, he still has it, that shipped with the game that weren't solved.
Oh, yeah.
Good times.
Oh, I love Grim. Grim was a lot of fun. And it was a really good team.
Now, Grim Fandango came out in October 1998, but about 8 months before that, you got married. And at the time, you were already working on the Grim Fandango test plans. Were you testing the game that early in production?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were full on testing at the time. we literally, I worked that morning, went home, we got married, and I went back to work.
What?
We did.
Didn't they give you a day off or something?
No, it was a weekend, and we didn't care about weekends at the time. We cared about deadlines. There was a certain advantage to my husband working there too, because he would end up being there with me. So it wasn't my husband was going to be upset. He was, it's like, quick, let's do. What happened was he was tired of our daughter calling him my fiance. And we said, that's it. We're getting married. We're doing this now. And we thought we were going to have some downtime around it. And we realized we were in the middle of trying to get some things done on the game. And we're still doing it. And so we literally got married in our house.
Wow. What kind of testing were you doing 8 months before release?
We could get even better, though. Chip was there. Chip was our witness. He signed on the wrong line. So he's officially married to my husband.
Wow.
Just saying.
Did you fix that?
Yes, of course we did. But we had so much fun with it. The number of times I'd turn around and say, I'm not married to him. Chip is.
You should have left it that way.
Exactly. They deserved it. But no, it depended on the game, on how long. There were some games that the production cycle was almost a year. There were some that was just a few months. It really depended on what all the game had. And Grim, because it was such a new technology, we were working early on that one. I'd have to look back and see when we started. But no, we were definitely testing at the time.
I mean, it always seemed to me like a QA tester needs to test throughout the production of the game in order to find bugs during the production. But a compatibility technician should work on it later in production to make sure that the game as a whole runs, or the game runs when it has more elements to it instead of just, the first scene or.
That's not the way we were doing it. What we were doing is we were from the very beginning. The minute the QA team got it, we got it. So that we could start looking at the game, looking at what the issues were. So when the QA team was starting on the game, so were we. And at that time, we would often put one or two people on just for the, this person is going to be in charge of making sure this game, kind of not really a lead, but the lead for that project. So because we always had 3 to 6 games in it, the lab at a time, we would say, okay, this person is in charge of making sure, of doing the early runs. And then the day that we started on testing, I would put in a bug about the troubleshooting guide is wrong. Because what I did is I gave them the troubleshooting guide for the last project. And so I'd put that in to start it and it was assigned to me because it was there on my plate until I got the right one. And so we did a lot of the looking, okay, what are the issues going to be? And that was a lot. A lot of the reasons we were starting at that stage is because they were speculating what hardware they wanted to run on. And so we would be determining if it was accurate.
Interesting. And did you test any of the localized versions?
Not as much, but we were in charge of providing the resources for it. We would do some as far as if they needed some quick shots of it, quick overview of something. But we had an international team that was incredible. Jeff Sanders just put so much time and energy into that. And so what we did is we contacted Microsoft and I said, we need a localized version of every operating system. And so we went and set up all of the international teams' computers to make sure that they were set up and configured properly to test the games. As an example, when we first got the localized versions of the operating systems, someone went through and installed it and immediately imaged it. Well, guess what? They didn't install any drivers first. And so they introduced a whole bunch of issues that were non-issues. And so we would go out and we'd go and fix their computers. And we were also fixing the QA computers. And anytime a virus came into the lab, we were fixing them. So we were kind of the IT team for the QA team and the international team. So it's like, okay, they're reporting these issues. We would go and check and see what the issue was and how to address it. You
guys were
and a
the
lot of times it was
drivers.
just drivers. Yeah, drivers were our nemesis. There were so many different driver issues, and then operating systems with drivers. There was one sound card that when you installed a certain Windows update at the time, it would kill the sound card. This is not a compatibility issue of our game, but we found it when we were setting up our systems. It's like, what do you mean the sound's gone now? So we did a lot because we were in charge of the developer relationships. We would report those issues to the developers when we encountered them.
Now, I understand that the localization team made a video in 5 languages for the game.
It was incredible. I wish I had that in my archives. That was the most incredible video ever. I mentioned Jeff Sanders. That's who put that together, and it was phenomenal.
And what was so special about that video?
Because it went through and it did, started out with, with Glottis, talking, good morning, hello, buenos dias, da-da-da. And it went through all the different languages, and it was just so well done that it was just incredible.
Maybe Team has a copy. When I watched Psychodicy, then I noticed that there are a bunch of VHS tapes on the shelf over there, and one of them is labeled Grim Fandango. That could be that.
Very easily. Very easily. Because it was so well done. He played it for for one of our team meetings, and we were just all so impressed by it. He was trying to bring focus onto how important international was too, because we often were supporting so many different languages at the same time.
I know, and he has localized copies of Day of the Tentacle, for example, in his office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So one more thing on Grim.
Well, go ahead.
On Grim, we're about to sign off. We're about to go to our celebration,
mm-hmm.
and I'm playing the game. And next thing I know, the one-armed bandit disappeared inside the machine. And I called and said, Brett, we've got a problem here. And he's going, what? And I said, he's gone. Well, we ended up working that entire weekend. We had a hard deadline. We had to be done. But we decided we had to fix this issue since it was a very important part of finishing the game. And so we said, my husband, they said, quick, we need some testers. It's Friday night at 6:00. We need people to help. And so they said, anyone still in product support? I said, one is. He's in the car sleeping, waiting for me. And so we ended up, the whole team spent the next 72 hours at work. Tim brought in ice cream at midnight. We have a T-shirt that was just for the group of us that were there working that weekend. And they found the issue and fixed it. It wasn't a compatibility issue. It was a gameplay issue. But I just happened to be the lucky one that ran into it. And so we spent the weekend working and got the game out in time to hit our deadline. But it was just so funny because they were literally putting the cake down on the table when I called the conference room and went, we got a problem here.
Wait, so did you sleep in the office?
Yeah. It was so funny. People were all over the floor. You had people on couches sleeping. You had people everywhere sleeping. We just kept going until we found all the issues and could hit that, get it out clean. So every time you did a new build, there was a certain amount of testing that needed to be done. So since this was a new final build, we had to test it, and it had to have a certain amount of hours tested. I don't remember what the criteria was exactly. But we had to make sure that everything was fine. And then when they fixed the bug, first they had to find the bug, then they had to fix the bug, and then we had to make sure that with that fix in, that it didn't break anything else. And so we just sat there and played the game for the next 72 hours. And people would just fall asleep everywhere, sleep in bags, just.
So
we
when
fed
was
them
that?
well.
The game came out on October 31st, 1998. So when did you guys create the Gold Master?
I don't remember the exact date. It was supposed to be released on the Friday, and it was released. We sent it off. They had Leslie Aclara had to literally, I think she had to get on a plane and fly it to a location. And they had something where we had to have it done by a certain hour so that she could get it there on time to get it manufactured. But I don't remember the exact date on that.
Wow. Jeez. Well, it's your fault. You found the bug.
This is why I was on the poison list.
Now, still in 1998, Rogue Squadron 3D was released, and it's one of the few titles where you're credited for writing, dialogue, and story. How did that opportunity come about, given your background was mainly in QA and technical writing?
I am not quite sure. It was, because I saw that credit too going, I don't know if they were just writing it, putting it differently. Some of the, as far as, because we were doing the compatibility and the troubleshooting guide, but I was trying to figure out what they were talking about as far as what else. But it was one of those where whatever needed to be done, I would help them with. So there easily could have been something like that. There were a lot of last minute things where it was be a quick, we need something. And so I would just take care of it. And that's probably one of those one-offs. It's like, something we weren't credited for in one of the games that a couple of us went and helped the sound team on final words, translation, things that they needed to have in it. So we would do off-the-wall things like that. So it was probably one of those. I am not quite sure what they were referring to on that one.
No, you helped them with compatibility. Maybe you helped them with a line or two in the game or the entire plot.
No, I don't think so.
Now, in 1999, you contributed to Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine as compatibility tester and electronic manual compositor.
Oh, robo-help. So this was the only game we did which had an internal troubleshooting guide. It was using robo-help. And so I literally set up the entire thing on that one. It was actually a lot of fun, placing all the graphics, doing everything, but it was an in-game tool. So instead of going and opening up the launcher and reading the troubleshooting guide, you would hit a key in the game and you would go to the documentation. And I did all of that.
Now, I don't remember using it.
It was fun doing all. In fact, I probably have half the graphics sitting on a disc somewhere that I used in it, because I had more fun with that one. That was probably one of my favorite troubleshooting guides because I always made sure I had a good graphic for the beginning, for the opening scene of it. Mm-hmm. And I would work with the different art team and saying, I need this. And they would always give them the dimensions for it. In this game, I could add graphics all through it. And so it was a lot more fun. The only problem was I hurt my back during it. And so the last 2 days of it, I was supposed to take a break and, not do it. And we had to make changes and I ignored that and kept doing it. So I had to pay for that one for a little bit afterwards because I had hurt myself so badly with it.
Now, this was in these first 3D game. So from a compatibility standpoint, how did that compare to the Star Wars titles of that era?
Indiana Jones was different. The biggest problems we had on it, we documented and we told the team what our issues were with the game. And we warned them that they were going to get customer support contacts because of some of the issues that we had seen in the game, like the default difficulty settings, things like that. And I laughed when customer support someone from customer support sent them a top 10 issues with the game, and it was everything we had told them about. It's like, yeah, we warned you. But yeah, there were a lot of issues and stuff in the game. But, it was Indiana Jones. It had to be beautiful because it was indie.
It was beautiful, and it's my favorite indie game from the arcade games, because Fate of Atlantis is my favorite point-and-click indie game. And, I used to play it during finals, and I remember going out and getting a graphics card. This was I think up until that point, I played with onboard graphics card or the software renderer. But I went out and got a graphics card to play the game. And I remember there's a level in which there's a wide shot of the island and Indy's on that island on the beach. And I was so impressed with the camera movement. And then I had a save game in that level. And then when I upgraded my graphics card and I, restarted that level, it looks so beautiful. So thank you for testing all of these graphics cards. You made them that period of my life great.
I'm glad.
Now, I want to share a photo of the compatibility lab from around that time.
Oh, yes.
How did you guys even keep track of which device was which and where everything was set up?
Oh, yes. You're looking at one of my desks. I think the second one back is mine. How about that headgear? Early VR. Yeah, all of it. We had everything on here. If you look underneath it, it has a little code on it as far as what you did. So we put tags on everyone as far as what they were. They were all originally in a spreadsheet. Then I created a database to track everything. And so it would be coded by who the manufacturer was and then a 3-number code. And so we would just go through the entire list on every test pass.
So you just go over to this desk and try to find which device you're currently looking for, or you had to memorize them?
That was at the end of a test plan, because what happened was those normally lived in a cabinet. And as we took them out, we would just stack them there as we got one done.
And it might not be.
But we tested every single one of those in every game that supported joysticks. Every single one of those was tested.
I feel for you.
And we had some off-the-wall controllers. We had an orb that someone sent us. I mean, just some of the controllers were just hilarious.
Yeah, especially the ill-fated Titan Sphere, which makes an appearance. Here it is, the Titan Sphere.
Mm-hmm. That's the one. That thing was, I remember sitting with it on my lap, trying to control the game.
I mean, why didn't this one take off and become the next big game controller?
Because it didn't work real well on everything. And more so, a lot of the things with the joysticks and things, you had to do specific configuration for some of them. And some of them were too tedious and it just wasn't realistic.
Okay.
That worked in some games, but not all of them. I know I documented it in a couple games that it worked in.
It doesn't look very comfortable.
No, it was not. And it was heavy. I mean, you literally would sit it on your lap and then just work with the 2 controllers on it.
Wow. Now, when you're deep into compatibility testing, especially in those long sessions you talked about, focused on either specific hardware or, certain pieces of hardware, I imagine it's a bit different from QA, where you have to really play the game and pay attention to the in-game audio. So during those stretches, were you able to put on music? What was your go-to album back then?
We really were emphatic about trying to keep everyone listening to the game, so that, you have your headphones on and listen to the game, have your audio on, because otherwise we would miss issues. So even though we weren't testing a sound card, we would make sure, we discouraged people from playing alternative music while they were testing. Now, we had some running jokes in there as far as what my preference was compared to the person next to me. And I told him I listen to my music to get ready to deal with him all day. But because we had different style. We would try as much as possible because of what we were doing. We were, it's like when I walked over and someone says, I'm having an issue, and I look in there, they had a Game Boy in their hand. I said, now how are you going to see the video issues and you're looking down at your hand? It's the same thing on sound. If you're not listening to the game, how do you know if it cut out?
Very well.
So we tried our best as much as possible to stay on task, which drove people crazy in our team. That was why we had much stricter regulations than QA, because we were, your attention to detail was what I was looking for when we were hiring you. You need to pay attention. I said, what if you never see the end of the game? What if all you do is see the first 3 levels of the game over and over again? Can you work like that? And a lot of people couldn't. But so we were looking for example, lava, running water, waterfalls, different things we were looking for. And so we would work with the QA team again and saying, where are these things? And so we would maybe jump to another level and look at, put our focus in different areas of the game than the QA team was doing the playthroughs, except for our low end and our high end. The rest of our team were spot checking and looking at specific things. And so we needed to be listening to the game to make sure that, when we're doing these things, we're not introducing issues.
And wasn't there a type of testing that they required to listen to the in-game audio, like while you're installing new operating system or, installing a new driver or a CD-ROM drive? Mm-hmm. During all of these TDS tasks, could you listen to music?
Yeah, we did sometimes, but not as much. CD-ROM is when you needed the music, not necessarily. If you're doing installation, you didn't need to be listening, but if you're going into the game, you needed to be listening to make sure that the sound is starting up when it's supposed to, make sure that it cuts out when it's supposed to, that it transitions when it's supposed to, things like that. So depending on if you're doing, if you're doing installations, no. But if you're doing anything that you're going into the game and doing things like that, you needed to be listening.
Wow. So, I always thought to myself that a projectionist at the theater is probably sick of a few movies that he had to rewatch endless times throughout his career as a projectionist. So is it the same for you guys? Are there games you guys will never replay just because you had to test them thoroughly for months on end?
I'm sure there are. I'm sure that different people will say different ones, depending on what they were assigned to. As an example, prior to Steam, we actually were working on doing one of the early Steam releases, and it was going to be Full Throttle. Mm-hmm. And the Dig, the 95 versions. Yeah. And so we played those games through so many times that we started racing each other. And so it was hey, I made it through in 38 minutes. Oh yeah, well, it took me 45. Well, what did I do differently? And so we were racing just to make sure that we'd get through it. But we were at that time storyboarding and working on doing Steam versions way before Steam came out. But those are when we were doing a lot of the playthroughs. And I can tell you that there's probably at least 2 of my team that would never look at Full Throttle again because of the number of times it's like, okay, you're done, do it again. Now do it again and again and again. And I think he was telling me he did like 45 playthroughs in 2 weeks. And I don't think he would ever play the game again. Or the other one was the Dig, when we did the Dig 95. Wheels, the person in the wheelchair that you saw in the one picture, him and I would sit there and taunt Chip because we could make it through faster than him. And you do know there's an alternate ending to the Dig.
I know, if you revive Maggie.
Yeah, exactly. And he didn't realize that. We had so much fun messing with him about it, saying, you never tried? Our thing was, if there's a feature in the game, we needed to see what it does.
Oh.
Unlike how they do it now.
There are people who speedrun the game for fun constantly. And, if you record yourself speedrunning the game, you could be in the leaderboard
That's a good point.
On speedrun.com.
I'll have to look into that. Because I'm sure there's a couple I can get through quickly.
So, for example, there are certain versions that people play of certain games because they can skip through certain scenes faster. So, for example, they play the Amiga version of Monkey Island 2 because over there, when you mute, then iMuse doesn't work in the background. Because in the PC version, if you mute, then iMuse still works. So sometimes iMuse has to wait for certain cues before you switch a room or so. But in the Amiga version, you can just mute it and iMuse doesn't work. So you can finish the game faster.
I'll have to look into that.
You should. Now, in 1999 and 2000, LucasArts released a wave of Star Wars Episode 1 tie-in games. The Phantom Menace, Racer, Battle for Naboo, Gungan Frontier, Yoda's Challenge, and others. And you were deeply involved in several of these doing compatibility testing and technical writing on titles like The Phantom Menace and Racer. What was the pressure like working on games tied so closely to the film's release?
Extreme, because they had to be released. There was a strict end date. We could not miss that release date for any reason because it had to release on day and date. There was also NDA issues. We had to sign multiple additional NDAs at the time to the point where no one could come into our labs. We were tented at the time. And people, they could come to the door and we could talk to them, but they could not know what we were working on because we were working on all the Episode 1 titles at the same time. Gungan Frontier for Lucas Learning, The Phantom Menace, Racer, all of them were ongoing and had that same deadline, which is very stressful because, you really discourage people from taking time off because we needed everyone there and on task to be able to hit those deadlines. Wow. So I knew everything about The Phantom Menace before I saw the movie.
And did you get an early screening or special access to the movie in order to help you?
Well, we had early screenings on a lot of things, but we had an extra special one that they were doing a special event in San Francisco at, I believe, the Regency, but where they were showing the games and doing a fundraiser, and George was there, and everyone, there's all kinds of stuff going on, and we were, Chip and I had the honor of being able to be there for that and be involved in it. It was a lot of fun. So we got the early screenings, but differently. The only problem I had is that we were sitting in the movie theater behind George, and Chip was a little bit of an imp sometimes, and he might have been sitting there messing with me, threatening to throw popcorn at George. It's like, Chip, don't you dare, because if he turns around, he'll see me, not you, because I know what you'll do.
Wait, didn't he like the movie?
Oh, he did. He loved the movie, but this was beforehand when we were just sitting there. It was more of a, you're sitting behind George at The Phantom Menace. How could he behave?
Didn't he like George? I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he did. But he also he was very playful in his impishness.
So when you guys...
But what we were doing is we set up the entire thing where we were showing the games on different hardware for the entire day for all the elite people that come to the special screening.
Wait, and that special screening was probably very early on because you guys had to, have access to some of the assets while you were working on the game. So when you saw that early screening, did it have all of the scenes? Did it have all of the CGI? Or was it like, a storyboard?
No, this was right close to the release. This was the official fundraisers that they were doing for this one was a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club of San Francisco.
Okay. Now, one of the games that came out around that time was Jar Jar's Journey adventure book. And let's be honest, the best way to torture a compatibility tech is looping this song for them.
Bongo sub. Bongo sub.
Bungo sub.
So you are very right. And we may have had one person in our team that hated that song with a passion. So every time he walked into the lab, somebody else on the team would start that song up. So yeah, we're very familiar with that song. I worked on all the Lucas Learning titles. I was the liaison for Lucas Learning. And so I had the fun of working on every one of their games, which was a lot of fun. I really loved the team.
Okay. Now, let's talk interdepartmental deliveries for a sec. What exactly was this form used for, and why did nobody seem to follow that one basic rule of crossing out the entire line once something is received?
Because people don't follow directions. I have a couple of those around here. This is how we sent everything across the company. So if I needed to get something up to the ranch, I would put it in this envelope, put my name on it, who it was to, and send it, put it into the bin, and it would go up to the ranch or go over to the other department. So yes, we use those on a regular basis, and nobody followed the rules. Yes, you were supposed to mark it off and before you sent it to the next person, but you see some funny ones.
There is one person who crossed his name. What's this? LDLAP. LDLAP.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
Well, he followed the rules.
There's got to be one, right?
So, still in 2000, there was a tester offsite picnic.
Oh, yes.
How often did those kind of events happen?
We tried to do them once a year. And that was out in near Lagunitas. That was fun. It was right by a creek, and we had a lot of fun at that one. I'm in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I tended to try to hide.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I'm second row back.
That's behind. Right. There you are.
Yep.
There you are.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hide.
That's true. Yeah, we were having fun that day. That was a beautiful. We would do these. We would go out to Simpson Beach. We would go out. This was a park that was right by a stream. I've got some really good pictures from that one.
So we
tried because we worked so hard. We liked doing, having some fun things too. Shane with his weapon there.
Were most releases done around Christmas time? So you guys had time during the summer to go on off-site picnics?
It really varied with the different project, but yes, it was more so there. It was more November. You had to hit the second week of November if we were going to hit the Christmas season. It might have been more like the first week of November, so that it would hit that and get into the market in time for release. And so we had a lot of that, but there were a lot of times the entire company would go on vacation for the last 2 weeks of Christmas, the holidays, except for us. We were always, we being QA and product support and compatibility, we're always there, during the winter time too. So we always did fun things during the Christmas break.
That's not fair.
Where we would do potlucks and we would do, we brought in special food and things like that and did some silliness, but we tended to always be there when the rest of the company, when upstairs was gone.
That's not fair.
But we often did tester lunches. We did, when someone was leaving the company, we would have a tester lunch at a nearby restaurant, which was sometimes dangerous.
Why?
Because people would tend to go to lunch and drink. And so then after you go back to the office, they may have had a little bit too much to drink. And so silliness would ensue, like maybe stealing a standee from another department or different things like that.
Or stealing the code wheels.
No. That was a trash.
So in 2000, you were reunited with Guybrush Threepwood in Escape from Monkey Island, where you were credited as senior compatibility technician and technical writer. That was LucasArts' first 3D Monkey Island game and second Grime game. Did the Grime engine bring any compatibility issues this time around?
Always. Every game we had, there were always compatibility issues because we supported such a wide range of hardware and operating systems. We tried our best to support as much as possible, which meant that there were going to be compatibility issues. The funniest ones was when I would write in the troubleshooting guide, if you're playing this game on this hardware, use this driver, which totally conflicted with the last game beforehand that needed a different driver. So we had a lot of things like that going on where it would be like and then when you go play the other game, you're going to have to go back to the other driver because this is not going to work. So we always had compatibility issues because we supported such a wide range. Because what happened was when customer support would call us and say someone's having trouble with this hardware, I'd go out and buy that hardware, so that we had it to test. And so that meant we didn't only have the best hardware, we had sometimes the worst. I spent a lot of times walking through computer shows. And, the ones they would show up at, at the different convention halls and things like that. And I would go through there and I would watch what was selling the best and I would buy some of those too, so we could test them. Things like that, so that we made sure that we had the best coverage that we possibly could, which meant we were going to introduce compatibility issues because there was such a range of hardware. This card has this much memory on it. This card has this much memory. It works fine on this one, but it doesn't work on this one. This card, same chipset, same hardware, it looks like, but this one's released by this manufacturer. This one's released by this one. Their drivers mess with the memory on it. These don't. And so if you're playing on this version, it works fine. But if you're playing on this version, it's not going to work. So that's the type of issues we were dealing with, having to let people down a lot and explain to them, I'm sorry, it's the driver that they meant, contact the hardware manufacturer and see if you can get a new driver for it.
Now, this game required a quad-speed CD-ROM drive. Was that requirement something that the developers decided based on how much data the heaviest scenes needed? Or did you and the compatibility team had to come up with a correct value?
We had to come up with correct value.
So
but it was working with the teams. It's like they're saying, we think we can hit this, and we would test it and verify it and say, yes, we can, or no, let's consider raising it up to this. That's always how it did.
Unlike other types of specs like CPU, when it comes to the CD-ROM speed, if there's one scene that's problematic, maybe you can compress it or, change it. So my question is, when it comes to the CD-ROM speed, did they give you the specs and then you tested them? Or did you get a blank slate and you needed to decide which CD-ROM speed was required for this game?
It varied by project. It varied by the production team. Because a lot of them knew exactly, what they were aiming at. And they were usually the ones that knew for a fact, had done a lot of games, had done a lot of different projects, were usually right on. The ones that were the newer producers and had not done as many projects or had never done a PC project, usually their specs that they were suggesting were the ones we were making suggestions to modify. Because they didn't have the experience of it. There were some that had worked with us and came in knowing, ones that had worked up from QA. And, I'll pick on Dan Pettit, who was in QA and then went up to be a producer. He knew. And so because of his experience in QA, he had a lot more knowledge of what the expectations should be versus the person who had just gotten out of college and comes in and had only worked on consoles and never worked on a PC project. Their specs were usually completely off. And we were saying, no, that's not realistic. Why don't we do this instead? So it really depended on the experience level of the teams.
Gotcha. And do you remember when exactly they handed out those Escape from Monkey Island branded grog bottles?
I still have one.
What was actually in them?
Grog?
Real grog?
My teenage at the time son found out that it didn't taste that good.
Maybe it
He
expired.
opened one of them. Yes. Not that a teenage son would ever do such a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got my wine bottle too.
I was certain they placed some questionable juice in it. Was it really alcoholic?
Whatever it was, I don't know. Whatever it was, it did not taste good, and so we still have an unopened one. So I'm not quite sure what was in it.
Sell it on eBay, and then whoever buys it needs to drink it.
Exactly.
Probably
Tell us what it was.
25 years ago.
Probably.
No biggie. Now, around 2001, your credits start listing you as compatibility supervisor on games like Galactic Battlegrounds and its Clone Campaigns expansion pack. What exactly did that role entail at LucasArts?
So basically, it was called working my way up through the ranks. So it was still the same job. I really wasn't doing. I was already doing the job. So we started out as a team of 3 and went up to about 7. When we were 3, it was like I was inputting all the results and things like that. Because I was always working on different things, I created a database because I was tired of doing things in spreadsheets and things like that. And so what was happening was, we were always working on stuff, and because I was constantly working and and always there, I just kept going up in the ranks there.
So same job, different title?
Yeah.
Okay. More pay?
More work, more pay, more work. There was a time that I had 2 different pay scales, which drove us crazy. Because I had one pay scale for writing and one pay scale for compatibility when I was a technician. And then when we went to supervisor, we just kind of combined the 2 of them. So this was too much work. I created a spreadsheet for tracking hours, which ended up being our department spreadsheet for QA, because I was so tired of trying to do it manually.
So you had to track how many hours you were a technical writer and how many hours you were compatibility technician.
Exactly, yes.
So the goal was probably
which was difficult because it was kind of going together.
Yeah,
I'd be writing while I was doing it.
But you probably got paid more as a compatibility technician, so you should write that you were...
No, I was made more as a technical writer at that time. What? Because I started technical writing when I was the assistant.
Okay. That's interesting.
So at that time, the technical writer made more than the assistant compatibility technician.
Gotcha. Interesting. Now, in 2002, you were credited as compatibility supervisor on Jedi Outcast for both the Windows and the GameCube versions. Was it unusual to be involved in compatibility testing for a console port, given that consoles have, fixed hardware?
Not really, because there again, it was whatever needed to be done. And so we would be testing it on something, and we brought a GameCube in. It's like the Mac versions. We always just have a Mac sitting at the side that we would test things on. So as we were doing it, then we would just run it and make sure it ran on there, because we had smaller team on that version.
I mean, there are credits, for example, with people I've interviewed in which they just carry over from the previous project. So they worked on the PC version, and then when they created a port, they didn't have to get involved with the port. They just used that same artwork or text or code or whatever in that particular platform. So you're saying that this wasn't a credit that was carried over. You actually tested it on a GameCube.
That's what I'm saying. We did have the GameCube in there in the lab, but we didn't do heavy testing on it. So it easily could have been a carryover that they slipped on, because we didn't do heavy duty testing on it.
I see.
The Macs we did, because if we were having a Mac port, we would make sure that it worked. But on the consoles, not as much. It was just more of a spot check and make sure that nothing broke.
Okay. And by that time, LucasArts was working with a lot of external studios. You had Raven on Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, and BioWare on Knights of the Old Republic, and you got Pandemic on Battlefront. how did QA and compatibility testing work when the game was being developed outside the studio? Were you guys still deeply involved during development, or was it more hands off during development, and then we'll see you guys on the other side?
It's the same. We were working, from early on with them. We would work with the teams. We would have, meetings, a lot of times phone meetings, but we learned how to work with external teams. Sometimes it worked really smoothly. Sometimes it didn't. Oftentimes we would send QA testers to be stationed with them on site. So that they were there, and then they would contact us for any issues and things like that. But we directly worked with them. But there's usually 1 to 2 QA people that were embedded in the external locations. And usually a lead.
Didn't they have their own QA or compatibility teams?
But not compatibility. We did all the compatibility.
So they had their QA teams, and you used
and
their
we
QA
had our
teams?
QA. It varied by project. It was usually, we always had our QA team was always working on it. They would have the smaller teams because they knew that we had the larger team there.
Gotcha. Now, between 1997 and 2002, gaming hardware evolved fast. We talked about various upgrades that were done to hardware over this time. Now, you had 3D accelerators and faster CPUs and the rise of DirectX, and everyone using Windows, either 95 or 98 or around 2001, you had XP. Now, I usually call that...
You left out ME.
Don't remind me. Okay. Let's not talk about ME.
I can't believe you left out ME. I mean, of all things.
Windows 2000 in addition to ME. I'll call your ME and raise you 2000. Now,
we hated both of them.
Now, I usually call that era the dark times as a gamer because every developer seemed to do their own thing, and it's a nightmare getting those games to run nowadays without a very specific Windows virtual machine. There are games that run only on Windows 95, and there are games that don't run only on Windows 98, but don't run on Windows XP. And, I try to play the X-Files game that was released in 1998, and it uses a very specific version of QuickTime. So I have to install a virtual machine with Windows 98 with that specific version of QuickTime because otherwise it doesn't run. So at that time, from your perspective and compatibility testing, was there a particular new tech like standardized DirectX drivers or anything else that actually made your life easier?
Yes and no. DirectX definitely helped, and it didn't because of people not understanding how it worked. People thinking that you could actually uninstall DirectX from Windows, which was to me one of the biggest jokes in the world. It's going, no, it doesn't really work. You can try all you want. DirectX definitely made it better for a lot of the hardware, but not everything. As DirectX was evolving, there were a lot of issues that were introduced by it. Example, it would not recognize the right video card. So there was the two, I can't remember the exact models, but there was a couple of ATI cards that when you installed DirectX 3, when you rebooted your computer, it would come back with 3 bars, green bars. That meant you needed to go into safe mode and go into the device manager and change it back to the right video card because DirectX had chosen the wrong model. It was like a Rage and a Rage 3D or something like a Rage Pro and a Rage 3D, something of that sort. I don't remember the exact right now. But there were things like that that were introduced by DirectX that it would be like we're aware of that. And so I documented that one in the troubleshooting guide. But there were different tools. Some of them helped, some hindered, some improved, and some made it worse. Because there was no standardization at that time. That was before the logoing program. That was when, for a while, there were, they were throwing so many things that they were trying to do to make it work on everything that it was making more of a problem. Now, one thing we did in our lab is if that operating system was active at this time, we tested in it. If whatever the tools were, if they were available, at that time, we were going to test it. So we were testing on all the hardware, all the operating systems, every variable that you could possibly think of. If you could come up with it, we were going to test on it. And so it made it easier in some ways, but it depended on what the tool was. Like OpenAL didn't always work. OpenGL didn't always work. It broke it on one card and it fixed it on another. Things like that. So some of the tools, as they were coming up to improve things, they were actually making things worse. And it really depended on which operating system you were in. So 95 and 98, okay, they were okay. 98 SE, fantastic. ME, Vista, 2000, I can guarantee you there's going to be some problems that are going to be introduced just by trying to do anything in those operating systems. Then you add XP in. XP took out certain components of Windows that were needed for some of our games. So now our games no longer worked in XP because they took out IPX so you couldn't play a LAN game in Racer anymore. So it really varied, where sometimes as they were trying to improve things, they were making it much more difficult for us.
So there was no one thing that actually made your life easier?
I'd say DirectX did in a lot of ways after it was fine-tuned.
So we're talking DirectX 4, 5, 6?
6, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely not. Three had too many issues still. And at the time, they were focusing on what we're going a little bit later is when they really started focusing on console. And they started acting like the PC, no one was going to ever still use PCs. And so they stopped paying as much attention to PC and be focusing, because there were the regulations for testing on different consoles, which they didn't have on the PC. And so, they're so busy trying to get it to work on the consoles and fit those regulations that they were forgetting about the PC. So even though there were more tools available, there were more issues being introduced along the way.
Now, around late 2002 and early 2003, both Full Throttle 2 and 7 Max 2 were still in production and hadn't been canceled yet. Did you get to work on either of those projects at the time?
Oh, I sure did. They were beautiful. They were incredible. And they were so close. And there were some incredible Easter eggs. And I wish they had released. But at the time, the direction of the company was saying that they didn't think that that type of game had as much interest. And so they were deciding to go more with Star Wars and indie than the adventure games, because somebody got an idea somewhere that people didn't like adventure games.
Wait, so what can you tell me about let's start with Full Throttle 2. What was the game like? It was
an incredible upgrade to Full Throttle. So it's still similar character, but it was upgraded. I can't really go into detail, of course, because it's an unreleased game, but it worked on all the hardware we tested on. It looked great and it sounded great. There were several games at that time that were let go of. Sam & Max was the same thing. It worked on everything. I had the troubleshooting guides done on both of them. So that tells you how far along they were.
So there's always a debate whether 7 Max was 80% done, 75% done. Each person tells me something different. You actually tested the games. Was Full Throttle 50% done, 100% done at the time when they canceled it?
I'd say about 75%, because there's always that fine tuning, the last work on it. I know that it was, like I said, it ran on everything we tested it on.
Wow.
And the documentation was in progress and almost done.
Wow. And did you keep a playable demo of either of these games?
There's always a slight chance that there's something around. There's always a slight chance.
First thing you should do after this conversation is look through your storage and try to find the floppies for Indiana Jones, Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, and Full Throttle 2 and 7 Max 2.
I'll have to look and see what I have.
Now, still in 2003, you oversaw compatibility testing as a compatibility supervisor on Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. Now, I saw an interview where you mentioned that the players had been downloading mods just to customize their Jedi characters in previous games. So for this one, you made that part of the game from the start. So first of all, why did they interview you, of all people? Because usually they interview either the project lead. So it's great that they interviewed you, because that's the only piece of media I found that you were mentioned in. So I was really excited to read that. Second, it's interesting that, they actually listened to player feedback and, decided to add that to the game.
I demoed Academy at E3 is probably why they asked me. Mm-hmm. Because I was in charge of the demos for that. At the last minute, they grabbed me to take me down there for, working on that one. And I had fun doing the demos in the booth at E3 for that game. So that's probably why they ended up interviewing me, because I was the person doing the demos for it.
Interesting. And in that E3, they also showcased Full Throttle, right?
I don't remember Full Throttle being there. I know Galaxies was there, because I had to talk to someone who I had upset the day before. I had to walk over and introduce myself to someone that I had upset the day before, going, I can't ignore him.
So was it E3 2002 or E3 2003?
Let's see.
Because I think that in E3 2003...
I went a couple of years, yeah. I think that Full Throttle was 2003, because I wasn't in the booth as much then. What I was doing at E3 that year was I was researching copy protection. Mm-hmm. I was interviewing every type of copy protection you could possibly imagine, to look into what we were going to utilize for our games, because we were having so much trouble with piracy.
Because you removed the copy protection with the code wheels.
Yeah, so the year before, when it was, I don't think Full Throttle was in there when I was in the basically we had a suite that you were invite only suite.
So in E3 2003, it was Melina Annabelle and Dan Connors who showcased Full Throttle 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, that game had a quick turnaround. It came out just 1 year after Jedi Outcast. Did that, compressed timeline impact how you approached compatibility testing?
It was completely different on Jedi Academy, because we were working with, there was very few of us at Lucas that worked on that game. There was maybe, in fact, I made a special T-shirt for my team for it.
Just you.
Yeah, what I did is I ordered it for the team, and I included the QA people that were involved, because we had something like 3 or maybe 4 people from QA, 1 from International. I think there were 3. And so what I did is I got permission, because it was such a condensed schedule and we weren't doing the primary. I got permission to have a specialized shirt made up, which I still have mine. That was said LEC compatibility team. And I included the lead testers that were involved in the lead international tester in it. So there was maybe 8 of us, and it was very difficult because it was their database. We had the access to their database on one computer in our lab and one in QA. And so we had to take turns putting in bugs and doing bug reviews because it was their database. And so it was completely different. So it was very condensed, but we were doing the full compatibility, but the QA was being done by their team.
So smaller team, less time, but you still made it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's one of my favorite games in the series, just so you know.
Oh, I love that game.
So awesome.
Mm-hmm. I did have fun with the demos. We had choice of 2 demos. Was I going to run down and just listen to the Rancor, or was I going to run down and get killed by the Rancor? Determined, whichever. Did I have a 2-minute or did I have a 5-minute? Because they loved it when I got killed by them.
I want to show you one of the controllers.
Yep.
Signed by you.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. Darth Carsey. That sounds about right.
And
that was my team.
It says property of LucasArts Entertainment, but It seems like it's not in LucasArts Entertainment's possession at the moment.
No, I don't think it is. Not sure who ended up with that one. What we would do is at a certain point when we had too much hardware, too many game controllers, and we weren't going to test them anymore, we would do things like this. We signed this one, and then I did a trivia questions to the QA team. Questions like, who was the first tester at LucasArts? Or things like that. And then they could come and pick one of the items. And this was one of them, I believe. And it was Judith Lacera is who it was the answer to the question.
This one's also worth millions. You guys are sitting on a gold mine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, still in 2003, you also worked on Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Were there any standout differences in testing that one compared to Infernal Machine? I know the Infernal Machine was developed inside LucasArts and this one was developed externally. But other than that, were there any differences in your testing?
Absolutely. One, it was a new producer that had not worked on PC much. And so we spent a lot of time explaining to him how it needed to be done and trying to explain to him. And this is when we ended up creating a process, was partially because of this game. This game was pretty much a direct port, and PC players hate direct ports. So it had save points. On a PC game, like example, Grim Fandango, you could save 100 times. Because what I did on Grim Fandango is I'd get to a difficult puzzle, I would save, then I'd play the puzzle, and then I'd save again. So I had that process. On this game, if you jumped the shark and you failed, you were sent back quite a ways on it. I hated working on that game because I could not control things like that and play it like you play a normal PC game. And it was probably one of the most difficult because I spent a lot of time explaining to the producer why PC needed to be different. So I don't even know if I ever finished that game because I got so frustrated with it.
But you were supposed to test it for compatibility. You had to finish the game.
Oh, I let the other guys finish it because I got mad at it. I kept failing, and that was just it. And what we did is we ended up, there was TCRs, TRCs for the different consoles. We created a PCR, and it was partially based on that game. And the PCR was criteria for what was needed to create a good PC game.
And save games was one of the criteria?
One of them. Absolutely.
Okay.
And it needed to have enough difference so where you felt like you were playing a PC game, that it was not a direct port.
Well, usually you'd see differences between the ports, especially in LucasArts games. It didn't seem like they were lazy ports. The Shadows of the Empire, for example, the N64 version came out first, and then you had the high resolution PC version with high quality textures, and it was different. And when it came to Infernal Machine, then I know that Hal Barwood hates the N64 version of the game. But again, it was different. They used... It didn't seem like it was a game running inside a virtual machine. It seemed like it was... They tried to recreate the game with that platform's compatibilities and limitations.
Absolutely.
Moving on to 2004, Ben's game is an educational action game developed by Ben Duskin, an 80-year-old cancer survivor, in collaboration with LucasArts programmer Eric Johnson. You weren't officially credited on the game, but I understand it spent a little time in the compatibility lab.
It sure did, because Eric did not want it to go out without making sure that it worked right. Yeah, my lead tester, Marissa Martinez, you'll see in credits often as Dan Martinez, and I worked directly together on things like that. So on Ben's game and on a couple other games like the original Lego Star Wars. We were the only two in compatibility that tested it. Whether we were credited or not, we didn't care. But the producers wanted us to do a sanity check just to make sure because they knew the quality of our work. And that's how Ben's was. It wasn't doing something where he wasn't, wasn't an official Lucas project, but Eric wanted us to take a look at it. And so we spent a lot of time working on that one. It was a lot of fun. And I think I wrote the docs for it. Don't even remember anymore. It's been so long. But I love Ben's game.
It seems like the compatibility team got smaller and smaller over the years. Was it because, we didn't have to check different hardware combinations because everything kind of works nowadays on Windows, whichever combination of graphics card and sound card you have?
Well, our team stayed around 6 to 7. And that was enough for what we needed. But we also had the multiplayer team was part of us. And so that team, we would have 1 to 2 compatibility techs in there. And then the QA team would fill out the rest of the multiplayer testing. So, but our team itself averaged around 6 to 7 people most of the time until after I left.
Now, in 2005, the Creative Movo MP3 player was released, and you guys apparently got branded ones.
You've got one hanging on the wall behind me. I think it's around her. Yeah. Yep, there's one back there.
Was that a Christmas present?
Yeah.
What else did you get for Christmas? Oh,
let's see. We've got a special T-shirt from one year. We've got the finger cutter, actually, the cutter for the things. Well, one year they gave us a PS2. The year the PS2 came out. That was the biggest gift they gave us. We've got special watches. I've got a watch from 95 that says LucasArts on it. So it really varied. It varied by who the president was, the size of the party, the type of things that we got as far as gifts.
Free PS2s. That's impressive.
We were all in shock when we got that one. That one was it was like, wow. We never expected that one.
How many employees were at LucasArts at the time?
Oh, boy. I think QA was something, I'd say at least a couple hundred because of just figuring upstairs and downstairs.
Impressive. Maybe they got them for free.
You know what? I could actually tell you if I found my phone lists. When in my files of things, I've got all the phone lists from every year I worked there.
Oh,
and
it
went from one sheet, and it went from one sheet up to about 4 or 5.
There you go. The list from August 1st, 1996.
Yep, that was a nice small one, and I'm on there somewhere. It's probably a silk at that point. 96.
Maybe on the second page.
Yeah, it's on the. It is because we go down to Jim Davison, I think there, so I'd be on the second page.
I usually, when I interview people, I ask them what their extension number was. Most of them don't remember it.
I don't anymore. I want to say 8366, but I don't think so.
It's 8399.
No, I was close.
Now, in 2005, you were credited as QA Compatibility Supervisor and Lead Technical Writer on Republic Commando. Now, it's pretty common for games to ship with content that gets cut along the way. And I remember hearing rumors that Republic Commando had quite a lot of content cut from it. Now, usually stuff gets cut from games due to time or storage constraints back when it was in floppy disks. But since I'm talking to a compatibility supervisor, I have to ask, were there any cases where content had to be dropped purely because of hardware limitations?
Not content as far as that. This was more of a time and changes to the team.
Gotcha, but I'm asking in general.
No, in general, seldom was it cut because of compatibility issues. Except for that one I talked about where we had to change the specs because of one video card. And it wasn't cutting anything, it was just updating the specs.
And by that time, in the mid-2000s, were there better tools for compatibility testing? Like maybe automated testing or, anything that would be easier than just swapping graphics card manually?
Not yet. We were starting to work on it, but not as much at Lucas. It took so much work on their teams to create it, because what I always wanted to do is I wanted them to set up special levels for us for testing. And I did not succeed in getting it at Lucas very often, unless I was working on specific things like copy protection, things of that sort. But really, I really wanted, ideally, to have like give me a version that does a playthrough, and does an automated playthrough that I can then review, that it basically on Rails. It'll play through and look at certain areas, and then I can review it the next day and see where the bottlenecks were and where the issues are, and then determine where to test, where we need additional testing. I never succeeded in getting it because the team was always too busy.
I see, but by that point you had, with Windows 95 and Windows 98 and Windows XP, you had sort of a plug and play feature that you could actually connect external CD-ROM drives and test them instead of actually installing them in the computer itself. Did you actually use that to your benefit, or did you continue installing the internal CD-ROM drives to test the games?
Oh, I wish I had a picture of what Brad did. I walked in one day and he had a mountain of CD-ROMs next to his computer. And he literally was just taking the wires and just and making, even the ones that weren't plug and play, he created it to be plug and play. And it was like, Brad, you were supposed to wait till today. And we had a whole team doing that, but he wanted to be off the next day. So he had taken it on himself. So we modified things as needed. It's like I said about Deep Thought, when we had the box of just 3 motherboards. So we would modify things to make our life easier. And the one was just hilarious. It was like, how many? I think he had like 20 CD-ROMs that he had literally just pulled the plugs and he didn't take the time to install it. So optical drives were an easy one to do, like that, because you didn't really need to take it apart and put it in. You could just pull the wires. And so we did that as much as possible. Obviously not on video cards and sound cards. And please turn off the computer before you change a card. We did have that problem a couple times when we brought in QA people to help us. It's like, guys, or when one of the supervisors from another team was helping us, and it was like, turn it off first. Yes, you killed your computer. Shorted it out.
They pulled the graphics card out of the motherboard without turning off the computer?
Sound card. They pulled the sound card without turning off the computer. It's like, really? Really? He was a loner. It was more of a laugh going, no. And so we wrote up intricate training materials to make sure that all of this was covered. I spoke at GameFest at Microsoft about how we created a good team. And one was by making sure that everyone knew everything. In the first 6 months, I didn't expect people to know anything because they were coming in who knew where they were from. It was my job to make sure that they were prepared to do the job. So we did extensive training materials in the first 6 months. By 6 months, we expected them to be able to represent our team. By a year, I expected to be able to send them to any project, anything, and I knew that the quality of their work was to the standard that we wanted them to be at so that they could represent thoroughly. And I didn't think twice about what they were saying because I knew that they had been trained to a point that they knew exactly what they were doing. Unfortunately, the current status of how people work does not fit that criteria anymore. But I just laughed. I talked at GameFest about the reason we were known for being such a good team was because of that, the way we trained our technicians to do their best and gave them the tools to do it, because we had, there was often times like we needed 2 more people and we just grabbed them from QA.
So when did you end up leaving LucasArts, and what was the last project you worked on before moving on?
Let's see. I left in 2008. When they did the riff in 2008. Mm-hmm. I had just gotten hardware for the Force Unleashed was not going to be PC. although I picked on them as I said, too bad it doesn't play on a PC, as I would look at them running it on the PC. Darn, sorry, it doesn't work on those specs over there. But I had just contacted NVIDIA because they needed a very specific video card for Battlefront 3. And what actually happened was I had been really bad about taking time off. I had so many hours accrued of vacation time that they said, Lynn, you need to take a vacation. You've got so many hours, it's ridiculous. So I took a few weeks off. During that time, new leadership came in and decided they didn't need me anymore and laid me off right when I got back. So it wasn't a pleasant ending, but I was caught by the riff. You know, he had come in, he hadn't met me, he met the people on my team and figured they had it all under control. They didn't need me anymore. So that's when I left. It was 2008, sorry.
And I see that the last LucasArts game that you're credited on was Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures for the Wii.
Mm-hmm. Well, I worked on all the Lego Indiana Jones. The Wii was helping them resolve issues after they had a problem with their release. That's why I got credit on that. It had a major problem where you couldn't, where it was kind of failing big time. And so I had to do the research to help them figure it out to get it resolved so that they could fix it. And that was my last thing I worked on.
At least you got credited this time.
Mm-hmm. But you left out a major thing, and that was Galaxies.
Okay,
Galaxies, we had so many versions of Galaxies. We were, and that was the day that Galaxies released. My team spent the night in the support queue, helping them because we wanted to be prepared for all the issues. I laughed when a year later, when they did their release T-shirt for the new T-shirt, they said the day after, I said, you just didn't want to admit that it released on June 26th because it was such a problem on June 26th. But my team spent the night, basically all day and all night. We manned the room for the first week just to make sure all the issues were addressed.
What issues did you encounter?
Oh, all kinds of things. Queuing, a huge download. Waiting for the queue, getting it to load properly, things like that, because there were so many issues because this was MMO. And there were so many people trying to hit the servers at the same time. We got in trouble with George on Galaxies because we were all having to download it because it was such a large download. And he was trying to do a stream at the same time. And we destroyed the bandwidth in the entire Lucas company because of us downloading. So I got a call saying, could you guys please stop what you're doing for a few hours so that George can finish his thing that he's working on and then go back to work? So I sent my team home for a few hours because we had caused such a bottleneck on downloads. And that was a lot of the problem was, remember I said how I went to E3 and I had to introduce myself to someone? Mm-hmm. It was from Galaxies because I had a discussion the day before I went down there about the min-spec on specifically broadband versus modem. And I said, you can't say broadband because there's not enough people in the country that have access to broadband. You are going to destroy your install base. But on modems, you're going to have a very long installation process that's going to take forever. So I argued that you couldn't do broadband because of the number of people it would cut out, but you needed to account for that install interface. And that's what we were doing with more than anything else for that first week, was getting the game installed for people.
Well, so the main problem was just the download times. How big was the game?
Oh, it was... for a modem, it was huge. I don't remember the exact size anymore, but for a modem, because the installation itself was small, but it had to pull all that the updates from the internet because that's how it worked with the game. That type of game, that's how it works. part of the game is on the disk, but not everything. And so that introduced issues because it was before the world was really ready for that. What we have now as far as broadband and stuff and access speeds is a different world than what we had back then.
Yeah, but couldn't you have released the game on CD-ROM with, the version from a certain date? And then when you go online, then you just download the specific updates instead of having the smaller installer.
Well, no, it had whatever was ready at the time, but by the time it went live, there had already been multiple updates to it.
And what was the experience like for modem users in the game? Okay, the installation process is long, but in the game itself.
Once you were in the game, you were okay, usually. Depending on where you were, and what type of modem you had and what type of connection you had, because it could be really bad. Or it could be, it really varied by, there's so many variables. If you're on the top of the Rocky Mountains, what kind of connectivity do you have versus the person in the city? And, it's closer to, where there's a lot more connectivity. So we were ahead of our time is what the situation was. And the game release before technology was really ready for something like that.
And you worked on all of the expansion packs as well.
Oh, yes. Every one of them. Every update had documentation had to be updated for every one of them.
And how did you make sure that, we talked about modems and broadband. How did you make sure that they have a similar experience in the game? Because it's either an immersive experience. It's either an immersive experience when you have broadband and you have a lot going on, or you're playing with your modem and, you get smaller updates.
We had two things. We had actual modems set up in the multiplayer lab. So we were testing on modem. We also had tools. We bought this device called a Shunra that simulated network connectivity. So you could input criteria into the tool that would basically say, okay, now I'm, there's a storm going on in my area. How's my connectivity now? You could do a lot of simulation with it. It was very much like a Visio interface, but it was manipulating I would sit there and I could sit there while you were actually playing the game and manipulate the numbers in this tool and affect your gameplay experience. And I might have done that to a few people a few times. Quite a few times, actually.
Now, after LucasArts, you took a role as compatibility manager at Gazillion Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
How did the culture differ going from a company like LucasArts to a newer startup focused on, Marvel IP and MMOs, even though you got to work on one at LucasArts? What can you share about your time there?
Oh, well, I walked in, let's see. We went through multiple names. We were NR2B, we were Gazillion. I think there were a couple names. Slipgate. That's what it was. It was NR2B, then Slipgate, then Gazillion. And it was different because it was a smaller studio. There was, I think, a total of 40 of us, maybe. We were on a high-rise down on the peninsula. And I basically was compatibility at first. I took all their old dev team computers and renovated them and brought them up and created a compatibility department. And then I worked with all my hardware vendors to bring hardware in. So it was a startup. So it was starting up, the same relationships I had from Lucas. I contacted them and I got hardware so that I had a wide variety of hardware. We were working with a group called NetDevil out in Colorado on Lego Universe, which was another MMO. We were working on an internal MMO that I wish had released. It was John Romero's baby. And that was just phenomenal. It was ahead of its time. But it didn't release because it was management changes and things like that. That was, to me, one of the saddest non-release games. It probably was never even officially announced, but it was ahead of its time. It was more of a kid-oriented kid-focused game, but it was fantastic. It was math. It was really educational MMO. And then we were working on Lego Universe, with NetDevil. So we were working on some fun projects. So basically, I built the compatibility team. They didn't have one. The reason when I was laid off at Lucas, I let the people know that I was available. And the QA manager at Gazillion was from SOE. I had worked with him on Galaxies. And so when he heard I was available, he brought me in. And so I interviewed with an 8-hour interview process that day. And by the end of the day, John Romero had told me all about the game, had decided he was going to hire me. And so it was, but it was building up from the bottom up. I mean, there was nothing. They had no compatibility department. So I created a compatibility department. I built the computers. I built the relationships. I brought in a Shunra box so we could test things. We also had a studio here in this area in Issaquah that was working on Marvel Superheroes. Marvel Heroes Online?
Superhero Squad Online.
Yes, thank you. Which was a fun project. I love that one. That one was hilarious, and there were so many different little things to test on it. So it was a really good team. It was a fun team because they were startup, and so we had a lot of fun working on it. But it was difficult because we were building it from the bottom up. And so I did a lot of traveling during my years there. I was traveling between, the peninsula over to Colorado for NetDevil, where I would be sitting there playing with Legos during our meetings because we had tubs of Legos everywhere because we were working on Lego Universe. And then I would go up to Issaquah for the Superhero Squad Online. And so it was totally different because we were building it. I think at the top, I had 3 people, but most of the time it was just me. And I had over 100 computers in my lab. So at that point, I was doing a lot more automation as far as using Norton Ghost Suite for deploying builds as I was working on other computers. But I still, in that configuration, had every operating system and everything. But at that time, we were working on Unity in browsers, which is a totally different animal. This is before everyone was using Unity. And browsers tend to update automatically, which we couldn't have during it. So I had to have standalone versions of every browser you could possibly imagine. And then testing it with Unity on all these games, because most of our games were browser-based. We were working with DreamWorks, and we did a Kung Fu Panda world game. And so we were doing a lot of different things like that. And and so it was different because it was a smaller team, but it was fun because I was building it from the bottom up.
And did your experience with Star Wars Galaxies help shape how you approach the compatibility for, Superhero Squad Online and Marvel Universe? Yes.
And for Lego Universe. Definitely. It definitely did, because it told me what I needed to look at. It really helped me understand just the difference of these worlds. And at the time, there were more tools available. You were talking about tools earlier. There was a tool, Intel had introduced a tool, the Performance Analyzer, that I was familiar with from going to GDC. And I went to GDC and to Game Fest every year. So I was always familiar with the latest tools that were available. So I took the tool, the Intel Performance Analyzer, to NetDevil and showed them precisely why the game was bottlenecking at certain areas. And what it was is too many graphics. They had put layers. They hadn't cleaned up their work as they were going. There was layers on layers. And we were able to show with the Intel tools how to optimize the performance in the game. And so by then there were more tools available that we could utilize to improve the process.
So they weren't freeing up the memory during the game?
No. It was more, you was flying along. You go onto you get to the second island. You're flying down through this and you go, and you just stop. And it was like, it's beautiful. It's just green. But then when you look at the analyzer, you could click into it and it would bring up and show you all the layers of what was there in that area and show you exactly where the bottlenecks were. And so I then went to the lead programmer, showed it to her, and she was able to says, oh, now that makes sense. And we were able to fix the issue. And we went from 4 frame rate to about a 30 within one change that she made.
Well, developers back then were a lot lazier because, developers in the 90s had to optimize their games. In order for Commander Keen to have scrolling screens, they had to optimize each and every element of it so that the scrolling would be smooth. Mm-hmm. But by that point, you had Flash developers that, instead of removing an object from memory, they just, set the visible value to false or placed it behind the background while it was still hogging the memory. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And after Gazillion, you joined Monkey Fun in San Francisco as an operation manager. And, Monkey Fun was founded by former LucasArts folks and focused mainly on mobile games. Would you say that this reunion of sorts managed to recapture some of the old LucasArts magic?
Yeah, I would. So it was interesting because at this point, after 2 layoffs, I was getting a little bit frustrated. It's like, what do I do now? And at this point, you didn't really see, no one knew what compatibility was. That wasn't something you put that into a resume, into a search for a job, and there was no such thing as compatibility. So it's like, well, what do I do now? And someone turned to me and says, oh, why don't you just give up and retire? And I was like, no, I'm not ready to retire. Thank you very much. And a friend that I worked with at Lucas told me that Monkey Fun was hiring an office manager. And it's like, you know what? I need work. I've got a huge family. I need to work. So I'll go on and apply for it, even though it's not what I'm looking for. And I went in and I applied for the office manager. And Tim Ramsey says, Lynn, you're too technical for this. You do not want to be an office manager. But we're working on something else. And I was getting ready to go to Hawaii for a short vacation. He says, go on and take your vacation and talk to me when you get back. And when I got back, I called him and he says, we've got an operations manager job we'd like you to take. And operations manager for a studio of 42 means you do whatever needs to be done. I was in charge of setting up all computers for the entire studio, maintaining all computers, maintaining all licenses for everything, running the support team, managing the QA team. And so I probably worked harder at that job than most any job because there was a smaller team. But I was working with people, some of them I knew. I knew Tim Ramsey, I knew Nick Pavis, both of them very well from Lucas. And they were the two, CEO and CTO, I think. And I think Oren was the CFO. I didn't know Oren as well. I know he had come from there too. But at the time when I started, it was a large majority of us were from Lucas. And so that's how I got in there was because I was from Lucas and I know Tim. But when I got there, the QA team was it was like a movie, a Harry Potter movie. We were underneath the stairs in a high rise in downtown San Francisco. That literally you'd walk in through the alley, go up the stairs and go around the corner. And there was the QA team with the one couch and one desk underneath the stairs that the two of us shared. And then a few months later, we moved to a little bit farther into the financial district in San Francisco, and I helped on that move. And we did that over the Christmas break and basically moved. And that's when I learned that it was faster to walk 1.7 miles in San Francisco than it was to take a cab. And so I got very fit by going back and forth between the two studios because I would just walk back and forth. Quickly, I need to get something from the old studio. So I did the move and moved us into the new studio, built all the new desks for the entire team. We had decided we wanted to go to all standing desks. And so we built all the things, built all the computers, got everything set up so that when everyone came back from their Christmas vacation, they walked into the new studio and we were ready to go. And we were on
Wow.
Jackson Street, right a block from the Transamerica Tower.
If you were able to walk 1.7 miles every time, you could have done it at LucasArts instead of sending that interdepartmental
I
thingy.
agree with you. I don't know what I was thinking.
Now,
Because it would have been taking a little longer to get up to the ranch. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it would be better for your health to walk to the ranch.
That's true. Well, we had our meetings outside because at that time we would have our meetings walking around the building at Los Gamos because that was the easiest way. We'd go out and say, okay, let's go. It's break time. We'll go out for a walk and we do our business meeting while we were walking around the building.
Now, after retirement Monkey Fun, you moved into the role of Xbox Live Configuration Developer Support Team Lead. And during that time, you helped migrate over 28,000 products and very specifically 777 studios to a new portal. What was the biggest challenge in those days handling something so massive?
Well, it was interesting. I took that job. I got up here. I moved up here because of my daughter was up here. And so, and had just had a baby. So it was like, I wanted to be around my granddaughter. So we came up here and I didn't realize when I took the job because I took the job as a developer support team lead to help with the developer support. When I took the job, I didn't realize we were doing the migration, but we were changing from an XPS system, from the XPS system to a new interface at Microsoft. And everything had to be fixed before it could be migrated. So I had to look at they'd send us a report. I'd go through every report, look at what the issues were, see if we could repeat it, see if we could fix it, because I had tools that they had given me to fix the issues. And so we would go through and fix them. Then I'd rerun the whole query again, make sure that we had actually fixed the issue. And it was quite a challenge. I don't think that the two people that on my team, it was myself and two people who were fresh out of college. And they were wonderful, but they had never done the level of working that I had done. So after a while, I just took that on as my pet project and let them do the developer support work more so. I was still their lead and would direct them, but I did the migration because what we were doing is I had a spreadsheet with probably about 60,000 lines in it, something insane like that. And I knew how to manipulate, work with a spreadsheet well enough from all the work I had done that I could do it quickly. And they would get, by filters. And they were not as used to it, so I did a lot of that. But it was going through and saying, some of the things were simple things as you didn't do translations. You need to fix the translations and then it'll work right. Or something was missing here and you need to change this here. Or I need to go into a special tool and make a change within something in the game to fix the type of issues that were stopping it from the migration. And there was a list of issues that I could address and the other ones that I had to send over to the dev team. But they were loving the fact that I could take care of a lot of it. I ended up, at one point, they said, would it help if you had this tool? And I said, yeah. I said very reluctantly because I knew that was giving me more work to do. And so I got that tool, which gave me the ability to fix things on a deeper level. It was another one of the same situation I'd had before because I tend to ask a lot of questions. And so the incredible programmers that I was working with from that team, from the configuration team, showed me in depth the tools that were needed to be able to fix the issues so I could take that off their plate. I loved it. It was a lot of fun because I love, my original goal, I never meant to go into computers. I was doing database management. That's what I wanted to do. Until I learned about nepotism, and so they hired someone else. But I love data. I love it because it's clean. I love fixing data. I love fixing issues in data. And so this was my ultimate project. I had so much fun doing it because it was literally change this one line, change this one piece of, a colon to a semicolon, little tiny things. Or add this one variable to this location in this file and it would fix it. So I found it very challenging and very fun.
And you should have been credited on all 28,000 products.
Oh, I agree. But they didn't do it that way. I ended up staying a little bit long on my project because I was helping. We had to finish that before my contract could end.
Now, you've seen QA evolve from the early 90s to the 2020s, which is a huge shift. Now, these days, we've got things like day one patches, telemetry, and live updates. But back then, once a game went gold and hit the discs, that was it. Do you ever miss the old school pressure of fix everything before it ships, or do you prefer the flexibility of today's world?
Both. We did have to fix some issues after they shipped. We found out the hard way that you could patch an installer after it was released. Let's go back to Lego Star Wars 1. The development team from the UK decided to change installers right when I was on my way to Game Fest to test the game. And I got there, and the game didn't work. What do you mean you changed the installer at this point? We're this this was one of the first games for Windows titles ever. And we had to release day and date with this, and you just broke it. So everything I planned to do at Game Fest that year, I didn't do because I was sequestered in a studio with a group of Microsoft programmers while we worked directly with Traveler's Tale to figure out what the issues were that were introduced and how to fix them. And so we had to have a day one patch for that one because they had changed something at the very end. To take a step farther on the same game, we learned that non-contiguous files can cause a problem. So if you have a very dirty computer that has never been, this was back in old days of hard drives, defragged or anything like that, you end up with a lot of non-contiguous files. Put that in place of a kid's computer, for example, and you're dealing with a Lego game. And so guess what the first thing we found was? That when you installed on a dirty computer, the game did not install right. So the day after release, customer support is getting lambasted with all these calls because the game won't install. And it was because the kids' computers were such a mess. So we now had to create a dirty computer in our lab and use that to reproduce the issue. And then I was on the phone to customer support, to the premier support at Microsoft to get that issue fixed, to find out what it was so that we could create a patch for the installer. In the process of doing that, that's what I said when I got up to the Xbox Live configuration team. It was my karmic debt. Since I had tortured Microsoft so much, now I had to help the dev teams with the same team that I was the one torturing previously. So when I get the calls from when I get the contacts from different teams, I knew half these teams because I'd worked with them before. So it worked out very nicely. But I found a lot of issues like that just because, yes, things have changed now, but we were doing live updates, our updates and day one patches and things like that a lot before people realized they were.
What was the solution to that issue? How did they solve that issue? Did they issue an update?
Yeah, we had to have an update. We had to do an update for it.
From Microsoft or for the launcher?
It was a combination. It was the launcher had to be updated. And so it was Microsoft helped us identify what the issue was. And then after we identified what the issue was, and this was after I'd spent this is the same one that we had just done the installer on. Now we had a second issue with it, and it was right after it released. And the parents were calling, and parents are not patient.
Yep.
And so it was us doing the installation, but that's when we found that yes, you can patch an installer after it's released, even though they said at the time you couldn't. But it came from us.
Okay, so it came from you, but the solution was yours and Microsoft's.
Yeah. And that was often the case. It was quite common for it to be a combination. That's why it was so important to have the relationships with each of them.
Now, after Xbox Live configuration, you spent some time at 343 Industries as an analytics release manager and later on as an operations program manager. What was the day-to-day like in those roles?
It was different because this was post-pandemic. Mm-hmm. So my contract at Microsoft ended in January of 2020. So then I didn't work for a while, obviously, because the contract ended and pandemic hit. It was different because it was all completely remote, which was different. And, I helped with a lot of the hiring process, things of that sort. It was a different type of team because none of us knew each other. We had never met. We were all every one of us was, been hired during the pandemic. So you didn't have the same relationships with people, so you couldn't get things done as much. Also, it was a different type of dynamics of a team. The person who was the manager of our team had been at Microsoft for quite a while. And so our management styles were different. I tend to, because of the way we worked and the hours that we worked together, I created environments in my work environments that we messed with each other a lot, played, we're joking around stuff to relieve stress. It was much more family feeling, you know what I mean? To where you go in, we were working hard and we would play hard. We would go out, and have coffees afterwards, or we would do things together and things. Whereas there was no emotion, there was no relationship with anyone because we were all remote. None of us were really knew each other, other than these Skype calls where, or the Teams meetings and things like that. So we really didn't know each other. So it was a different type of dynamics. And we were trying to release a new game at the same time. So it was stressful. And I was setting up databases and doing a lot of trying to help train the different teams. But we had different models of doing that. And so it didn't last as long. Unfortunately, I got ill towards the end and didn't realize what was going on. And so the job ended sooner than I had hoped for. But I was kind of glad as far as when it did, because then I had to deal with a much more intense scenario, much more difficult job, shall I say, by far. I didn't realize what was wrong. It's like, what is wrong? I cannot focus. I'm just off on this. There's something wrong. I was getting headaches all the time. Well, as it turned out, I was dealing with something that I had no idea of, and that became my focus for the next couple of years.
Now, one thing that really struck me reading about your journey is how you faced personal challenges with the same determination you brought to your tech career. First off, you've called yourself a cancer warrior, which says a lot, and I'd like to hear more about how that part of your life unfolded.
Well, as I said, I wasn't feeling well. And I started getting really bad headaches at the end of my tenure at 343. Couldn't figure it out. And I got a lump in my neck. It's like, oh, yeah, there's something wrong. So my job ended in October. In November, I went in because I started having some problems. They say that they called it a mini stroke. I don't know what it was. I just didn't feel well and passed out. I don't know if that was a mini stroke or not. That's just what they called it. When they biopsied, they didn't find anything else. 2 months later, there was a lump that I was noticing. It's like, okay, now the lump has just fallen down farther into my body. And so I went in and I found out I had cancer. And so, in all honesty, I was at that point, up until then, I was very upset about the ending of the job at 343 because I really wanted to stay there. But I realized it's, like I said, different dynamics of a team. And I was glad I wasn't working because I suddenly was dealing with chemo and went through that process with chemo and successfully kicked its butt. That's why I say I'm a warrior. I'm not a survivor. Survivor is just barely making it. I fought that baby and got it out of my system. And thankfully, I'm in remission now. Unfortunately, cancer does these evil things to your body, like loves to eat your hair and stuff. And so when I went to looking for jobs after cancer, when I was first looking, I had no hair. It came back white, and they said, when I started doing interviews then, it was like, you're too intimidating.
Really? That's what they said?
Yeah, I was told the lead wouldn't want to work with you. You know too much. You're too intimidating. So I haven't worked since cancer. So I'm looking at my LinkedIn, and it's probably going to set it up as consultant and mentor. And if anyone's crazy enough to want to hire someone like me, we'll see. But otherwise, I call it forced retirement, which I was not ready for. There's still a lot to me. So in this process, I'm in the process of taking those 700 T-shirts that I have from working and making T-shirt quilts that I will probably auction off, because you can't believe all the T-shirts that I have from all those years of working.
I know, you were looking for that 1999 AIDS Walk T-shirt.
I found it.
I know. Debbie's supposed to send you the shirt.
Uh-huh. She is sending it. Yeah, I along with everything else. You said, what would you say, 4 hours with Eric? I'm sure we could go a lot longer if we wanted to, because we haven't talked about the AIDS Walk or a lot of different things that I also participated in at Lucas, the Marin County Fair, the different things. We did so many different things. And
we'll get to the general section, the general questions section soon.
So, yeah, I'm trying to top Eric, just because it's Eric.
How have you stayed mentally resilient through this period of time?
Boy, that's a difficult one, especially right now. We live in a strange world, don't we? Trying to stay positive in the middle of that. I have strong belief systems that I don't often share that are very extreme. I have a faith that things will get better. That is something you can't explain, but I know they will. I know that it's always darkest before the light, and that's where we are now. And that's what got me through. I listened to a lot of really good music throughout my cancer journey, that whenever I'd start getting down, I would grab onto some good music to pull myself out. I also not only do I have 6 kids, I have 6 grandkids. And so I made a wall of pictures on right next to my bed, that every time I wanted to give up, I'd look at those pictures and went, darn, I can't give up. I got those guys to deal with. And so I use that to get through a lot of the changes. And in all honesty, dealing with cancer, when I was dealing with that, we were living with our daughter and her husband and our granddaughter and our newborn grandson. And those are the two that got me through, were those 2 babies. The grandson thought my head being without hair was a great toy and made me laugh instead of wanting to cry. My granddaughter looked at me and said, don't worry, Grandma, it'll come back. And so little things like that I used as tools that when I wanted to give up, life has not been easy for me, but life is life. And I have always been a warrior. Will eventually write a book, because there's a lot of stories involved in these last many years that I've been on this planet that I will share at some point, because I've lived through a lot of times. And especially during these times, I think we need some people that can look at these times and say, hey, you can get through it in the midst of all the insanity.
In your GoFundMe, your family noted that at the time you treated this cancer as a bump in the road, and that it's not your final chapter. And that was while you were inside that situation. which is an incredibly strong attitude. You know, in hindsight, you can always say, I survived it, but you're positive during that period. In addition to the positivity, where does this determination come from?
Oh, I blame my dad. My dad was a 100% disabled veteran who was in multiple wars. He was in the Philippines, he was in Korea, he was at the Battle of the Bulge, and he was my hero. And throughout the years, I've always have said my strength came from him, because if he could make it through all the stuff he did, nothing was going to stop me. And my daughter and I had a discussion when my mother got sick and passed. Said, "Don't worry, I'm not giving up on anything. I've never given up on anything in my life. Why would I start now?" And I told her I plan to be here for a lot longer, because I'm not going to give you a break that easily. So I just, that's how I get through things. I've got a bit of a silly attitude of, if you take it too seriously, you're going to drag yourself down. If you look at the world around us, you might want to give up. But why? What's the use of that? There's so much more. I know that I still want to go back to Hawaii and walk on the beach again. Eventually, I'll be able to afford to do that again. I know I will. I don't know how, but I will. It's like I said, it was my dad's attitude. Him being 100% disabled, that nothing stopped him.
And looking back, what would you want to say to someone who's in the same kind of situation you once found yourself in? Anything you wish someone had told you back then?
Boy, you'd have to go into the full story to be over that. There's so many things. Don't take yourself too seriously. Don't take what other people say about you too seriously. And be yourself. Because, everyone, and you never know what's going on with someone else. You and I might be talking to each other and be having a great day and a great conversation and everything's going fine. And tomorrow it might be totally different, because you don't know what has happened between those two times. So never assume. There was one time when someone was talking about, oh, my life is so hard. Everything is the worst. Everything is this. And I said, enough. And my friend laughed at me and she says, you don't want to go there with her. Because my attitude has always been, just because it's hard today doesn't mean it will be tomorrow. And just because things are messed up doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. And so, my task is always, along with all the work I was doing mentorship. I was working with youth organizations. I was working with a group of teenage girls. And so while I was doing all that work, I was doing that. And so it was always, it's always being that role model. And so, just to me, it's more of a never give up on anything and never get caught in the insanity going on around you, because it'll always be there.
Now, when you look back at your career, was imposter syndrome ever something you dealt with, especially when you got promoted or moved into a new role?
That's an interesting question. I was doing mentoring. It's like I never understood imposter syndrome because I never said I could do something unless I knew I could do it. It wasn't oh, well, I saw him doing it, so I think I can. I would make sure I could before I could tell you I would do it. Because it was my attitude was more of if I don't know how to fix it or how to do this, I will find the resource that can do this. So I know that it was like one of the questions I'd ask. This is one thing I said about compatibility. If you come in telling me you know everything about compatibility, I would never hire you. Because there is no possibility that you know everything about compatibility, because guess what? It changes tomorrow. Some new piece of hardware, some new technology is going to release. Something is going to change. So no matter what you know, you need to keep learning. You need to keep studying. You need to pay attention. I still watch my tech shows every day to learn about new technology. Even though I'm not in the industry, I still do it because I love it. I watch other games and it's they're going, oh, guys, come on. I would love to go in and teach people how to test because I don't think the quality is there anymore. I've seen this on many games. And so, it's more of my attitude is built through a long time on this planet.
It's fun that you talk about games that haven't been tested properly. I think that's what happens with most games. They just release them, and then we, as the players who bought it on day one, are the beta testers for the near future.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been numerous examples of games that have been so buggy upon release that had to have numerous updates, and only after a year or even more, they reached a point in which the game was actually playable and you could actually download it and play it from beginning to end without any issues. Which means that, the QA teams have been outsourced to us, the players.
It's exactly what's happened. And let's, we left out a game that I had worked on that could have been that if we had let it. And that was Secret Weapons over Normandy. That was released on all platforms, and the PC was the last one. And when it came to us, we had literally 3 weeks to do all of our passes because they had focused entirely on the console. I had seen early versions and looked at things, but we had 3 weeks. And it's like the only way we're going to do it is basically live here. And so for those 3 weeks, we pretty much were there 24/7. We went home a little bit and slept but we were pretty much living there. And the dev team was across the highway from us. So we would literally call and say, I found a bug. This is the issue. It's in the database. Look at it. And they would run a new version to us. When it got to the end of the project, they said, oh, sorry, we can't put you in the credits because it's too late. We don't have time. We're too close to release. And I said, excuse me. One of two things is happening here. You're putting us in the credits or we're stopping testing right now. I am not going to kill my team like we've just done for you not to include us in the credits. That is absurd. He says, well, we've already run we've already created it. I said, okay, fine. And I stood up and I said, guys, and he went, Lynn, slow down. Because I was about to say, guys, go home. We're out of here. We're not going to be credited. Who cares? And which was not real. They knew better. And, especially my team knew there was no way I was going to leave until we were done. But I was good at pushing them. I mean, so he came back and says, we're getting you in the credits. We were putting those credits for that one as the best damn compatibility team in the known universe. It's in it was in a video piece. And but it was more of a just pushing it because going, no, you're not going to acknowledge us. You're not going to give us credit for all the work we did. You can't do that. So I was known for pushing the issue, pushing to get things done and get it right. It was like when there was a certain feature in one of our games that all the women in QA were upset about and were afraid to go to the guys because they were made fun of by the guys when they brought up what they were upset about. They came to me. So I went to the 2 producers and said, you need to change this. And they said, no, we can't do that. And I said, well, fine. This was a torso slider in a game.
Mm-hmm.
And you could exaggerate it really a lot. So since I worked with a youth organization of girls, I said, fine, I'll never show this game to my girls because this is inappropriate. And they said, but Lynn, no, we need this feature in the game. I said, modify it. Make it realistic. You don't need these huge, ridiculous, yeah. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. I said, fine. Then put in a slider for the men. And she said, Lynn, that is thoroughly inappropriate. I said, I know. Exactly. Needless to say, they modified the torso slider in the game and made it a little bit more realistic. But the QA teams would come to me. The women would come to me because they knew that I didn't back down very well. And
was this a common problem at LucasArts?
Usually not. It was one game in particular, that they were doing this on, and it was like fine, Lynn. That was the only one. It was when we were starting to have the meetings about different things, where we were having the HR meetings about, appropriate and inappropriate behavior. And I laughed at him. I said, yeah, right. One of the women says, I'm the biggest problem. I said, I know you are. We know you're the problem. You're French. She was a problem. But it was right when people were trying to pull things in a little bit. Because at the original time I worked at Lucas, things were at times a little out of control. There were not that many women in the industry. So the women knew that they could come to me. I've seen and heard things that I never should have seen and heard.
I see. Were they reported eventually?
Oh yeah, we got them taken care. We got them taken care of, but I had to be the one that pushed them to get it fixed. Sometimes the gaming community was very male oriented for a long time. It's just the way it was, especially in the 90s.
I mean, you talked about the players that called the tech support and treated you badly because you were a woman, but was it the same during your time there from your colleagues?
No, I never had trouble with how I was treated, but I was more. I'm actually in credits as an Easter egg as the QA den mother. So I was because I was a little bit older than most of them. I don't think they realized it at the time how old I was when I started working there. And so, I was the one that could get, didn't think twice about taking care of things, whereas someone that was newer, younger, would be more apprehensive. I started when I was 40.
Now, after everything you've been through, how has your definition of success changed over time?
That's a good question, because I did go through some emotional issues about not working. And I had to really change my attitude. I was not ready to retire. I feel that I've got at least quite a bit more knowledge in me that I could share with people. And so I was frustrated with my jobs ending abruptly because of cancer. I understand I'm not one to hire me when I had no hair, but I was really terrible because I didn't do good with wigs. So I kind of used the baldness as a tool to keep people away from me during the pandemic. I was bad. But I went through some really changes and felt very much like a failure for a while because I no longer had an income. And so I went through a lot of changes about, felt bad about my jobs ending the way they did and not having a final positive experience. And that to me was sad. The work I did, I'm proud of. I know I did a good job. I know I brought quality to the teams that I worked on. I have no problems with that. The end is where I had problems because I felt like I still have a lot of knowledge that could be shared with people and help them do better. But so that to me is the only problem I had with my success and failures, where the abrupt ending to working, I wasn't ready for. And I'm not good at retirement. I am not good at not working. I am not a housewife. Ask my husband, he'll agree with you. I'm not the person that can sit around and watch daytime TV. In fact, I don't turn my TV on until the evening, and usually it's something silly that I watch. I'm not good at that stuff. So I'm still working on that one, and figuring out what to do. And that's why I'm looking at, I still have several years of info. I might have a little bit of chemo brain where certain things are missing. So I wouldn't want to take on certain types of tasks. But I have a lot of knowledge that I would still love to share with people on how to improve things, how to make things work smoothly, and how to talk them through when they're having a hard time, and how to help other people through the process of these jobs and the requirements of these jobs. So that to me is the only failure, is I wasn't ready to retire, darn it.
Now, you talked about the AIDS walk earlier when you talked about your quilt. Do you remember any memorable team building activities apart from the offsite picnic I just showed you? Or company events from your time there?
Oh my gosh. How about every holiday party? We didn't call them Christmas party. The holiday parties at Lucas were phenomenal. The Halloween parties were phenomenal. We oftentimes had a picnic during the summertime. Well, we had the 4th of July picnic, which was incredible. That was up at the ranch every year. Mm-hmm. So we did events like that every year. We would go to Bimbo's in San Francisco. It's a club. And we would have a party, once every few years. It seemed like maybe it was more frequent, but we did a lot of fun events when we were at Lucas. There was along with the AIDS walk, which the first year I went as a volunteer. After that, I was the co-lead for it. And then after Gabriel left, we took it on and did it for a few more years. So I think I did the AIDS walk for 6 years as one of the Skywalkers. We also had a AIDS group in San Francisco, another one that did a trivia night. And I participated in those and did the trivia nights and helped coordinate that. And when my daughter was a grand officer for a organization she was involved, I brought all the grand officers in to help on the tallying from the event that night, just so that they could experience coming to Lucas and doing that. I gave so many tours of the ranch. It's ridiculous. The developer relations people loved any excuse. So I would, when they were part of, along with them giving us hardware and us giving them games, they knew that they could call me and I would take them to the ranch for lunch. And so I would take them up to the ranch and take them for a tour and take them to the company store and do all those. And I did that probably once a month for a while. And so I was always involved in just about anything that we had going. Sometimes the upstairs would have different parties, and sometimes I was invited to them. So, and then we had our rap parties, of course. Totally Games was one of the best as far as that. One time after one of the games, they took us to Angel Island for a picnic. Another time they took us to Six Flags. That was we got a really cool T-shirt that says, "We built it, you destroy it." That was after X-Wing Alliance. And so we all had our matching shirts on and went to Six Flags. And so we did a lot of fun events over the year. The picnic that we would, different, QA or one of the teams we'd go out to the beach or we would go to different locations, just to build the morale. I've got invites from all of these. I've got all the invites for all of these. I've got all all this stuff is in my storage that eventually I'm going to make shadow boxes and display them.
He should have invited you to the Full Throttle rap party.
I agree.
At that point, you were practically an employee.
I know, really.
They dropped the ball on that one.
So, Tim Shea, we talked about the Marin County Fair. Along with working the Marin County Fair, we had a booth there where we displayed games. So we had Lucas Learning Games out front for the kids. Then we had the X-Wing cockpit where we showed shadows. And then when Episode 1 Racer came out, mm-hmm. we built out little pods in the back room to where we had pod races for the whole time the fair was going on. And we were told that we had one of the longest lines at the entire fair going into our booth because of the number of people that wanted to come in and play our games. And so we did a lot of things like that. Years afterwards, after we stopped doing that for Lucas, I was helping with the organization my daughter was in. And we're sitting there playing, and next thing I know, here comes Eric Wilminer walking by because he was always there. After the 4th of July picnic, all the Lucas people would come to the fair because that was just what they did as a habit. And next one time we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, my husband, being a brat, says, "Oh my God, Lynn, it's a god, it's a game god." And I look out, and it's Tim Schafer, and Tim's looking around like, "Who in the world is what?" It's him. So it was nice to be able to build those relationships, over the years of doing different things and have them cross over.
Now, still about I want to talk about your time at LucasArts. Were there any canceled projects that you were really excited about, apart from the ones we talked about and wish had seen the light of day?
Super Bombat Racing was actually hilarious. It was a big head racer, Star Wars style. And it was released on some platform. I don't remember what they released it on, but the PC version was completely ready. It was Lucas Learning. It was the last Lucas Learning title. And it was just pure silliness, and I wish it had come out. It was really a loss that it didn't, because it was just really fun and just, the insanity of big head racing with Star Wars.
But it came out just not on PC?
Yeah. I thought that they did it on one platform. I know it didn't make it on PC. And it was another one where I had already done the documentation. I was like, no, what do you mean you're not going to release it? We're that close. But that was because Lucas Learning was closing. So it made sense. It was just unfortunate.
They should still release games. I really don't understand that. If a game is ready, just release it. Spend $0 on marketing.
Yeah,
have it have a soft launch. If it succeeds, great. If not, you don't need to spend even $1 more than the original budget.
Yeah, I agree. I could say through the different studios I worked in, there's a handful of those games that's like, why didn't we? We were so close on it. Why didn't we not release it?
And it doesn't even have to be done. Nowadays, you can just release the 75% done full Throttle sequel, and have the players be the beta testers. If it sells well, then you can always patch it.
Exactly. And do it for less expensive, and just a fan favorite, something.
Now, you talked about I asked you earlier if they tried to hire your sons as QA testers, and you said that they saw how the industry is and decided not to join the gaming industry. Was there a specific moment or experience that made them decide the industry wasn't for them?
Yes, it was when I was laid off at Lucas. One of them was actually about to apply for a QA job. And when I was laid off, my son's comment was not very nice. And he went in totally a different direction. He was very upset. This is the one that I walked out and found them holding upside down. Because he notoriously, he has on his credit list minimum 2 to 3 A1 bugs that no one could repeat. He was so good at it. They wanted him. And when they laid me off, he says, there is not a chance in the world I would go into that industry. They treat people like trash. They throw you out when they're done with you. Now, this was a late teen boy, so I'm not surprised of what he said, but he was furious. And his job path since then has been hilarious, because he went entirely in the opposite direction and doesn't play games at all anymore because he was so mad at it.
Wait, what's the opposite of gaming?
Let's see. He went and first he worked at a goat farm. Wow. And helped take care of the goats. Then he went to a rabbit farm where he helped breed rabbits and then slaughter rabbits. Then he went to a dairy farm and took care of the cows and birthed. He lovingly says, "Mom, I've birthed more babies than you have," because of the cattle that he helped deliver. He is now up in the middle of California, living on a piece of land, caring for wolves.
Wow. That is the opposite of gaming.
The other one is going around. In fact, if you ask a question about poisonous mushrooms in Facebook, you'll probably end up with my son, my other son. He's the 6'5" munchkin that he is taking people. I think last week he took him to Shasta and did a tour of all the local mushrooms growing. He's done that through Marin County, Sonoma County, and he is on every list for when someone says, my dog ate this mushroom. I laugh at how many times I see it, and it's like, okay, scroll down, yep, there he is. And he'll tell you exactly what mushroom it is, what type of mushroom it was, just into detail, because that's always his personality. But the two of them, they went to outside jobs where they're out in nature and want nothing to do with computer games. Which is sad because they were both incredible. When we were doing multiplayer testing, I'd be sitting there and I'd want to go grab a coffee, and I'd turn to the one who's doing the mushroom specialist. I'd call him in and have him take over while I was running to the restroom. And I'd come back to my team going, would you please get him off the computer and get back on? He's killing us again. Because he was so good at it, they knew the second he got onto the computer.
Wait, so how old were they when you got laid off?
Let's see.
It was
Nick
probably at a young
20,
age that it affected them just as much as it affected you.
Early 20s, late teens to early 20s. And they were slated. They were going to come. They were excited about coming to work with me at Lucas. And so when I was laid off, let's see, Nick would have just turned 20, and he was livid. Oh, he was so mad because he was applying. He was going to come work there, and when they laid me off, his response is, you are not just a number. You gave everything to this job. Why are they letting you go? I want nothing to do with it.
Wow. Well, they're not wrong about the gaming industry. It's horrible.
I know. Well, and it's changed too, because like I said, we used to, my teams, until in the middle of everything else, I was dealing with several deaths in my family because I was there for 13 years at Lucas. And my mother went into hospice and I had to take care of her. During that time, and I was going back and forth, was pretty much when they decided to lay me off, dealing with all that, we don't need you anymore. Your team's doing fine without you. They didn't know that I was on the phone with them half the day, all day. They were just assuming, oh, these guys got it all. They don't need you here anymore. And so dealing with deaths and things like that, and those types of things, it really affected my attitudes about working too, I guess, as far as it was. What happened was I had built my team into using a group that we had built it on that apprenticeship type program. So most of the people on my team had been there for 3 to 7 years, which was fantastic. They knew that's why I could leave and deal with my mom on hospice, because I knew that I had trained them up to the level I needed them. But while I was gone, the management says, we don't need Lynn here anymore. We'll let her go. So those types of things is what I ran into, It was soon after that. It was a little bit after I was dealing with a health issue, and only HR knew about the health issue I was dealing with at the time. So I went to deal with the health issue and that's when they let me go. Because I wanted to keep it private. I didn't think everyone needed to know what I was dealing with.
Now, is there something you've never been asked but wish someone would ask about your time in the industry?
I can't think of anything. I really can't think of anything. What I really learned from doing this is I really appreciated when we worked like family instead of like numbers. That's a loss of what's happened to the industry. Is my husband's doing a similar job to what I used to do, and it's not the same anymore. He's still working and doing similar type job, and people don't treat each other the same. So I think that that's the loss for the industry, is that they lost the humanity part. But I think that's really our world too.
Do you think it's because of, nowadays because of AI, or maybe because of the fact that most people work remotely or don't spend as much time in the office? What do you think is the cause?
I think that's
of
affected a lot of it. And I think that I think we are totally silly to be so dependent on AI, because I can break AI every time I touch it. I laugh at how I'll ask it a specific question and half the words that it gives me back are typos. I will ask it things and it's incorrect information. It's like, oh boy, all these people who now depend on AI are getting misinformation and they're believing it. And that's the saddest thing. I sat there, I was doing something, I was just messing around. It's like, I need to learn it. If nothing else, I need to learn how to work with AI. So as I started doing it, it's like, well, I broke it again and I broke it again. And then you read, well, this is going to be using AI now. And it's like, you guys, really, you're a little bit early on this. It's kind of like 10 years ago, I was asked about VR and when it would be full on in production. Mm-hmm. And I said, it's going to be minimum 10 years. And they're saying, no, it'll be a lot faster. Guess what? It was right around when I speculated that it would be taken off. And it still didn't take off to the level that they wanted to, because people can't afford it. And it's not, we don't need more separation. We need more closeness, So, going to AI, I think, is going to be an interesting journey. And I think we're going to see more mistakes than corrections for a while.
Yeah, but when it comes to compatibility testing, I don't think AI can replace humans. You actually need to physically check something.
Oh, I know. I hired people from other compatibility teams that used mostly automation. Mm-hmm. And the amount of training that it took to get them up and running to where they could actually find issues was sad. I've always believed that you can use some automation, but you always need a human factor too. The automation for doing the tedious tasks, but you need the human factor to be able to verify that the results are accurate. And it's going to be a long time before I believe that any tool that you can give me will change on that.
Now, during your time at LucasArts, you worked on almost every release that came out during that period of time. Is there a LucasArts game that you didn't have a hand in, whether before your time or after your time at LucasArts, that you absolutely love? Please say Loom.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Gonna spin a yarn, right?
No.
I love that game. That was so much fun. It was so beautiful, and it was so much fun. I will always, we were a group of lab assistants. And so once in a while we would have a quiet lab, and so we'd play Loom, even though we weren't supposed to, but that's a different story. But I wasn't a gamer, but I fell in love with Loom. There's just so much to it, and just the thought, oh, I have to spin it backwards. Duh, that makes complete sense. Really, I love those type of puzzles that make me think.
I know, and people say that it's an easy game, but it makes you think, and it's immersive. Mm-hmm. Even though it had 16 colors, it was still immersive, and more immersive than any other game I played in recent years.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Did you get to talk to Brian Moriarty during your time at LucasArts? I know he left LucasArts before you joined, but did you get to talk to him?
No, I don't think I ever got to. I think he came back for we had one event at the Presidio where they brought back a lot of the old timers, and I believe he was one of them that spoke, but I'm not positive.
Was it for the 20th anniversary?
It was around that time, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got
20th was, I think, in 2004?
So it would have been after that, because it was after we were at the Presidio. We moved to the Presidio in 2005.
I see. Okay.
We were the first people in the Presidio. We had to go in with hard hats, my team, a couple of us, to make sure everything was working, because if things were not working in the lab, we had to stay at Los Gamos until the project that we were working on, Battlefront, shipped. because it would be too detrimental for us to stay. So we had to go in with hard hats and make sure everything was configured and working properly before we could move our team, being all of QA and compatibility.
So the 20th anniversary was in 2002.
Yeah. I thought that was still at Los Gamos.
Now, we talked about LucasArts games, but during your time at LucasArts, did you play any Sierra games? Did you actually do some, compatibility testing on their games?
No, that I didn't. Oh, well, except for the issue that their game introduced, that was their game issue that added to our test plan. When you delete your game, it cannot delete the entire folder with all your save games in it. That was a Sierra issue. And so when that happened, we went, oh my gosh. And so we added it to our test plan to make sure that there was no way that would ever happen to our customers. But it was entirely based on their bug, because one of us encountered the bug and went, oh no. I was working so many hours between being compatibility and technical writer that literally I would work until we were done, go home, put my kids to bed, go over to Chip's house, we'd work on the troubleshooting guide, and I'd get done around 1 or 2 in the morning, go home, sleep for a few hours, get in the car, go get Chip and either Doyle or Jim, and go into work. So I was on so little sleep that I wasn't playing anybody else's games because I had no energy because I was so busy on our games and our work. And I kind of had a family there that I needed to pay attention to also. Except for, that's not true. My husband worked at Broderbund. So when I walked in from work, my kids wanted to do the living books. So we would sit down and play the living books on my computer for about an hour before I put them to bed at night, because we had to chase that darn paper airplane into the next screen. And I kind of let that be their bedtime story because I had a daughter in kindergarten at the time. It's like, oh, darn, let's go sit and play living books. So that would be the exception because it wasn't really playing.
Well, it's kind of playing.
Mm-hmm.
No, you work with so many legendary figures. We talked about Brian Moriarty that you may or may not have met, but you worked with Tim Schafer and with Hal Barwood and Clint Pajakian and so on. Do you keep in touch with them? I mean, outside of the Remember LucasArts Facebook group?
Once in a while, it's like, it's been a while though. I went to the 15-year anniversary for Grim Fandango because I was still in the Bay Area at the time. The 15 I went to. I was up here for the 25th, and I hassled them and said, "You should have told me earlier. I would have been there. Darn you." We do a little bit when I was at Microsoft. I took my Manny that I had, and I would send pictures of him in different locations at the Microsoft studios to Tim. Manny's getting in trouble again, Tim. What are we going to do with him now? And so I did that, or I had the green tentacle that I had taken off a wall, and it was like I would post him somewhere and say, Tim, he's causing trouble again. So I had interaction with them sometimes. When I was still working, if I was off a project and we were doing a library, a new release for, the old titles, I would contact them, and they knew I had no apprehension. I contacted, James Monroe so that we could get the Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy working. I had to contact James Monroe so we could get it to where we could get it onto a re-release with all the games on together. So I worked on so I never had apprehension to contacting him on things like that when I was working. But it's more so, in Facebook, the interaction, like you said, there's like 3 to 4 of the different groups. You saw with the one I did with the T-shirts lately. Mm-hmm. When I get the rest of those T-shirts put together, I will be doing a lot more of silliness, because what I'm going to do is I'll say, okay, what order should we put them in, guys? Come on. I've got all these T-shirts. What order? Do I do just a Star Wars? Do I do them chronologically? Come on, what do you think? And so you'll see a lot more of that in there as I get them. I've got to get the backing on them. I've got them cut. I've just got to get the backing on and get them put together now.
Where did the idea to create quilts out of them come from?
The 20 tubs of T-shirts that I had needed to be condensed. I thought about selling them, and some of them I was going to sell, but I saw someone doing a T-shirt quilt, and I was like, this would be so much more fun. Because, like I said, I'm not good at being retired. I'm not good at not working, so I needed something to do to keep me out of trouble.
And where did you learn the quilt?
So that's where the idea came from. I taught myself. I'm self-taught on most everything I do.
I noticed, because when I asked you about your first encounter with computers, usually when someone is that tech savvy, has been this way his entire life. It's not something you learn on the job. Seems like you had it all along. You just didn't know it until you started working with computers.
Yeah.
So same with quilting. You didn't know you were able to quilt until...
Well, the organization my daughter was in required a lot of sewing, because it's an organization called the International Order of the Rainbow for Girls. And anytime we go any place, we went to big events, and they always had to have long dresses, and they had to have matching dresses. So we were making dresses for these girls, and oftentimes I'd be making them not just for my daughter, but for multiple. And I could always make it look good on the inside, and didn't really care about on the outside, but the inside, I didn't really care. And so I've made hundreds of dresses. And so I figured if I could make dresses, I can make quilts. But the laugh was the patterns were basically wedding dresses made out of the silliest material you could possibly imagine. So we have a SpongeBob wedding dress.
Wow.
A Star Wars theme one year. So I did, a space type outfit, the material and stuff. So I've done a lot of that. And, so I've just, as I said, it's more of a self-taught.
That's really impressive. Well done, Lynn. Now, before we conclude our conversation, one final question from me. What's next for you now that this, bump in the road is behind you, and how can people stay in touch with you and your work?
Well, a couple things. One, I'm still doing volunteer work. I'm working with a group called Team Survivor Northwest and helping them set up their gala that's coming up, which is their major fundraiser. So I'm helping on that. And so I'm doing things of that sort right now. The quilts, who knows? It's stuff of that sort. I really think I'm going to go into probably consulting. I don't know. I don't know if people would ask me for my opinion, because things are not being done the same way anymore. I've done a lot of mentorship. I've worked with women in games, women in games, woman in games. There's so many of them, international women in games. There's like 6 different organizations. There's WIG, there's Wiggy, so I've worked with each of these groups, and I've done mentoring for a few of them. I was an ally when I was at Microsoft. So I'll probably do some of that. I really feel, especially in our current times in this world, we need people talking each other up instead of putting each other down. And so that's the direction I'm really going to. I've been doing some studies on how to lead groups and things like that, as far as giving people a safe place to be themselves. Whether that is, sometimes Christianity, sometimes not. I've done a lot of different studies that are beyond Christianity that would tend to, might put some people off. I've studied Yogananda, I've studied Sufism, I've studied a lot of different philosophies and things like that. And I find that they all work together so beautifully. And to me, the most important is, especially when we're in such a troubled time in our world, that we need everyone that can talking each other up and giving people resources to improve instead of, we can destroy someone with our words, or we can build them up with our words. We can destroy someone with a look, or just one typing something. You notice I don't say anything in any social media unless it's positive. I will not feed the negativity that's going on around us right now. And to me, that's the most important thing that we can do, is because we're in such a troubled time that what can we do to help others?
Strong words. Well, Lynn, it's been great talking to you today. Thank you so much for your time and for joining me in this very lengthy conversation.
I don't know. I don't know if we broke our record, because you still got 2 of them for Eric.
Well, we'll soon. Maybe I need to just edit the existing conversations I have with Eric and with Clint Bajakian so that the record will be easier to break.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. We can come back again and come up with more silliness if we need to.
Sure. You can always come back.
Because we left out a lot of games. You bypassed so many games that I've worked on.
Well, usually when it comes to the Star Wars games, then I skip some of them. I talk about the ones I played and some of the ones that have very specific gameplay that may result in a more interesting question. But at a certain point, LucasArts just started releasing more and more Star Wars games that were very similar to each other. So
I agree.
I noticed,
absolutely.
I noticed that when I interview people and I ask them about, an expansion pack of a game or a game that's very similar in gameplay, like I ask about X-Wing, and then I ask about X-Wing and TIE Fighter, and then I ask about X-Wing Collector's Edition, and they don't really have any answer, and I don't want to put them on the spot to come up with an interesting answer, because there may not be one.
I've got so many off-the-wall bugs I can share with you someday, but I don't know if we want to record them because we might get in trouble.
Why not? First of all, if you can get the Sam and Max and Full Throttle sequel CDs or playable demo, then I'll stick around for another 6 hours and we can play them.
There you go. Exactly.
I mean,
well, let's pick on one of my favorites.
Okay.
Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay.
There is a sound file. So I told you, developer relationships. I don't know if you're familiar with Eagle in placement. Eagle, it was a process that Creative Labs did as far as placement and inclusions and occlusions and how the sounds worked and how they were played and how they were triggered. Well, I worked with Creative Labs on Knights of the Old Republic. While I was working on Knights of the Old Republic, at the same time, or close to it, is Jedi Academy. And I contacted Creative Labs to help them on Knights of the Old Republic on the Rancor sound. And one of the programmers, well, actually, the producer hates me. No, he doesn't really, but that's okay. I walked up to him and I said, so please explain to me. And I had the 2 sounds. He was at my desk. I said, please explain to me why this sounds like this and this one sounds like this. And I would go up, I'd say Rancor, and I would step on the floor twice and go, eh. And then the other one is the broad Rancor monster. And he says, yeah, at the last minute, we didn't have time they didn't implement that fix. And I said, so we sent you Creative, and they gave you all these assets, and you did not implement them. And that would be BioWare that did that. But it was more of a, really, guys? But I would go up to him at times when we would run into each other at GDC, and I'd just go, stomp, stomp, He says, shut up. Just shut up, Lynn. So I notoriously have all those little bugs in my history, the ones that I would show on the desktop when Tim walked in and things like that. So I had fun playing with them because, when you get busy and stressed it's really easy to get angry
Mm-hmm.
and get harsh to each other, and that doesn't do anyone any good. You're not going to get anywhere. So by presenting it this way, I could usually get past their defenses to get things addressed. Now, this one was one I knew wasn't going to be fixed, but it was just a running joke with the two of us.
And were any instances in which you knew that there's a compatibility issue or bug that you knew would, if you would report it, would cause a delay in the game release and you were too close to the deadline and just let it slip?
Yeah, there was one where it was a launcher issue. And I went over to Dan Connors and I said, Dan, we have a problem here. And he says, I showed it to him, showed him what the issue was. And he says, yes, that's definitely a problem. But do we want a chance having him fix it at this late stage in the game? And it was like, you're right. Not that, honestly, I said, customer support will have to deal with this one. Because it was just too dangerous for him to fix it at that stage of the game. We just couldn't do it. Because we knew that one programmer he'd fix one issue and introduce 3.
Wow. Okay.
So there were those times that we did have to. I went to bug scrubs. I was an active participant in bug scrubs on most of the projects I worked on. And so I would go in there with what I lovingly called sacrificial bugs. These bugs, if you don't fix it, I can document it. These bugs must be fixed. And so I always went in with my list and I would have them highlighted. This one here, I can document it and it's not going to really affect that many people. But this one here, everyone's going to see it. It must be fixed. And so we would go in and work with them. And 90% of the time, they would respect that and know, because there was one project that I turned around and I said, congratulations, sir. You have put more bugs in the troubleshooting guide than anyone on record ever. Because we just documented them because it was too close to the end. And it wasn't anything it was specific hardware in specific scenarios. So it was safe enough to do it. So we did the bug scrubs knowing that some issues were not going to be fixed. But we would prioritize them. It's like, this is a A3. Yes, it's an A bug, but 90% of people won't see it. So we're safe in not doing it. And we can't adjust it by changing a setting or things like that.
Now, since we didn't talk about the Monopoly Star Wars CD-ROM edition and the chat feature, can you tell me what the problem was with the chat feature in the game?
There was nothing wrong with it. It's that no one had ever tested it. So we talked about my boss at the time, Chip, was sitting at home. We were testing the multiplayer part of the game, and he's at home and I'm at home, and I'm reading through the documentation because I tended to do that. He maybe not always. And I said, chat, there's a chat feature in this game. So I went and grabbed my little headphones, or the microphone from, actually it was from Creative Labs. They used to remember they used to include them with Creative Labs sound cards. Yep. I grabbed it, plugged it in, and I said, hey, Chippy, Chippy, Chippy. Well, it was 1:00 in the morning, and he didn't expect it. And all of a sudden, from his speakers comes a, hey, Chippy, Chippy, Chippy. And he apparently jumped half out of his chair until he realized what was going on and went, what did you do? And I said, I'm just testing the speech feature that's in the game that we hadn't tested yet. It worked just fine. The laugh I got out of scaring him half to death was worth every second of it. So what he did is he turned around to his partner at the time, and he says, okay, you got to do it again. He called her in and had me say something in the speaker just to scare her, because I had scared him so beautifully that he had to get her too. But it was not a bug at all. It was just what do you mean there's a feature and we haven't looked at it yet? We better check it.
Uh-oh. Now, let's get back to Full Throttle. You know what? If we're talking about games, let's go back to Full Throttle. We have here, since I think that you fear that the NDA you signed back then is still valid nowadays, but with this video, we can see what's been made public about Full Throttle. So we have here various cutscenes from the game. And this is Ben. And we have a fight scene going on. Now, since you, around that time, tested Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, which has a pretty amazing fighting system. I really like it. Pretty solid. How is that compared to this?
Boy, it's been so long I don't really remember. What I remember most about this was some of the Easter eggs. You walked around one corner and you had these ice sculpture of characters from other games.
From other LucasArts games?
Yes. And it was incredible because you just go around this one corner and there they all were, and they were so beautiful. And it's like, of all things, that's what I remember the most about this game, was that. And it was like such a loss because they were so beautifully done. You had Guybrush there. You had, different characters just sitting there as ice sculptures.
Oh, man. And when they canceled Full Throttle too, then it came as a surprise, even though it was pretty obvious that LucasArts is going to give up on the adventure game genre as a whole.
Yeah.
But when I talked to Graham Annable, who worked on 7 Max 2, and every other person I talked to who worked on 7 Max 2, I asked them if they knew that 7 Max was going to be canceled as well. Because, after they canceled Full Throttle, it was pretty obvious that they were going to do that, but it took like a year for them to actually get to that. Yeah. How obvious was it at the time that the game was going to be canceled?
We had to go on like it wasn't, but we knew it was because of the fact of what Howard was saying at the time. Howard had decided that people didn't like adventure games, and he did not see a reason to continue to do adventure games. But we kept testing, in hopes that he would change his mind or that we could change his mind, but it just didn't happen.
And was there an uproar from the employees themselves? I mean, we worked so hard on this. This seems like a cool game.
We lost some good people. I think that's right around when Dan went and started a new company, Connors.
Well,
in fact, I ended up working for him when he was there. Which game? Jurassic Park.
Really? You worked on Jurassic Park?
Yeah, they needed compatibility done, so they sent it to me. I did their all the compatibility testing on that game.
Why weren't you credited?
I was supposed to be.
Yeah, man.
But I did. In fact, I pushed them to make sure that they included. I said, okay, the pass is going to take this much, but we're going to do joysticks because people will be playing with joysticks. And if we don't test them, you will be sorry. But yeah, I tested that game for him.
It's interesting because you are used to LucasArts games that have tons of interactivity, and you got to play a game that has, the narrative as the gameplay itself, and then you have 2 choices, and that's it. The game continues. Was it easier to test, given that was the gameplay?
Yes and no. I sat and watched the movies in my lab while I was testing the game, just for the fun of it. It was a totally different style of game. So I played a couple of their earlier games, and I'm trying to remember oh my gosh, Back to the Future.
Yeah, that's an awesome one.
To prepare myself to work on this one, just so I was familiarizing myself with that style of game and gameplay. And so that really helped me in getting ready for it. But I don't remember any real difficulties other than, just the convincing them that we needed to support joysticks too, because people were not going to just do keyboard and mouse.
Really?
Mm-hmm. At first, that was, I believe it was David Silverstein who I was working with on it. I might be mixing. No, it might have been Eric Okiti.
I think the joystick would have been helpful for Back to the Future, where you actually move the character.
Yes, that was why I brought it up. That was actually what brought this to surface, going, this would be much easier on a joystick than it is on this way. So that was part of the decision making.
Oh, so were there other Telltale games that you worked on? Or Double Fine games? Because you are credited on Grim Fandango Remastered, because that credit carried from the original.
No, that was because he called me. I was on vacation in Hawaii, and I get a phone call from Tim Schafer. Lynn, do you remember what the original system specs were on the game? Because I'm not remembering. And I said no, and then I proceeded to tell him exactly what they were. I was like, really? Really? That is so locked in my brain that I actually remember. And he says, do you want to jump onto an interview? I said, I am sitting at the beach in Hawaii. No, I'm not jumping into an interview, Tim. I'm sorry. He wanted to pull me into it so we could talk about it more. But it was like, if you had called it any other time, I'd say yes. But I'm sitting there. I'm on vacation. My husband's going to kill me if you don't let me go.
Wait, but why did he need to know the original specs?
Because he was being interviewed, and he wanted to know what it was. The one I mentioned earlier that was we had to raise the specs because of that card. Because the specs were so low that he didn't remember them, and he knew that I would. And like I said, it was several years later, and it was like, no, I don't. Yes, I do. Fine. And just rattle them off to him exactly what they were. And he's laughing, going, yeah, I just looked at the box. You're right. It's like,
yeah, I mean, he could have looked at the box. He has several boxes. He could have looked online.
I don't know what he was doing at the time. Just, it was Tim.
Okay, so the minimum specs are Intel Pentium CPU, Windows 95, 32 megabytes of RAM, DirectX 6, quad speed CD-ROM, and 2 megabyte minimum of video memory required.
But the original I thought was lower.
No, this is the original.
That's the original? I thought we were a P90 originally. That might be after we did the re-release, had to do the updates and stuff.
Requires for direct 3D hardware acceleration 4 megabytes VRAM.
Yeah. Yep. Unless you're on this one card, and then it needs to be 8.
I miss those days.
Mm-hmm.
I always say that you can look at a game that was released in 91 and a game that was released in 92, and they look vastly different, and you can tell which is which. And nowadays, you can look at games that were released 2 years ago or 5 years ago, and they kind of look the same. If you have a better graphics card, then it's going to be the texture is going to be smoother and everything will look better. But even if at the lowest settings, it still looks fine. So you can't really differentiate between these games. I miss the days when, 1 year you had to upgrade your computer and add a sound blaster because all games now had sound and there were talkie versions of the games. And then the following year, you had to buy a CD-ROM drive because all of the games were on CD-ROM.
But on the other side of that, something that came over from customer support, you also needed to be able to play the game if you didn't have a sound card. This came up because of a support issue when I got a call one day from a dad of a deaf son, and he wanted to play, what was it? I believe it was TIE Fighter, sometime in that time frame. And it required a sound card. But there was a parameter we could add that allowed them to play without sound. And so we figured that out by working with the team. And after that, I insisted that we have that feature in all of our games going forward, because why stop that child who didn't need a sound card in their computer from playing the game when you could turn on text?
Yeah, and the thing is, with LucasArts games, there's always the option to add subtitles. With Sierra games, that wasn't an option. So, for example, when they moved to FMV games, you had a couple of years in which they presumed that you didn't need subtitles. And, if you didn't have a sound card, you couldn't hear what they were saying. And that was that. So I always liked that thing about LucasArts games. Even with Grim Fandango, I presume that it was pretty difficult to add subtitles, especially with a newer engine. So I guess it was easier to just say, you know what, we don't need subtitles for that game.
Yeah, it really, so there's so many different things. And, well, Grim has so many say lines in it, but, there were things like you don't want the sound to default to 100%, which drove Larry the O crazy. I'd say you need it to default to around 80% so that you have an option to turn it up or down. If you default to 100%, you only can go one direction. It's like, Lynn, why? It's like, because you want to give them, what if they have a different type of sound card? What if it's, there's different variable. So I was doing a lot of things like that where it'd be like, come on, Larry, default it to this level instead. Or Hal Barwood, don't default it to the highest difficulty level. Default it to the medium, whatever he had was collegiate. I don't remember the exact, because remember his was more of a university type, the different levels. And it was like, you can't do the hardest because people are going to start the game and they're going to hate it if they can't do anything. So do about halfway through so that they can turn it down if it's too hard or turn it up if it's too easy. And so I was always pushing for stuff like that with them. And Hal wasn't always happy with me.
Wow. Wait, so when you talked about the canceled Star Wars game, how far into production was that?
Oh, the one, that was a Lucas Learning.
Yeah.
Lucas Learning, it was almost ready. It was, I've got a final disc of that one.
You do? At home?
Yeah.
Okay. How much do your NDAs cover in 2025s?
I've always assumed that they just still exist, so I really don't talk about many things. I have these, and I've shared it with I'll show it to my grandkids and my kids, and no one else. My daughter has been sworn to secrecy for so many years. I mean, she was 6 years old when I started working at Lucas, and so she knew NDA. The running joke was, it's like, she'd say something about, for instance, when I was under NDA for the episode 1, I said, I can only tell you one thing. Someone lived, someone died, someone fell in love, and someone didn't. And she says, Mom, that's every movie. I said, precisely. But I would give them that much information. And so my kids grew up understanding NDA. And so I never, my husband worked in the next department over. I wouldn't talk to him about things. We had some silent drives home when it was at certain points of development, because I took it very seriously. And I'll share some of the silliness, but I don't, I take them very seriously, respecting others' intellectual properties.
As you should. So now what we need to do is get Disney to remaster these games. Because, for example, Brett Mogilevsky did have some of the source code and some of the original assets from Grim Fandango, and he never shared it with anyone.
Yeah.
But when they remastered Grim Fandango, they needed the assets and the source code. So now it became an asset. So it was a good thing that he kept it all these years. So I'll try to talk to someone at Disney and tell them that we need Full Throttle 2 as is. The Disney game, 7 Max 2. Although 7 Max, we got closure because we got 7 Max. We got 3 seasons of 7 Max from Telltale Games.
Exactly.
But we didn't get closure with Full Throttle.
Yeah, and like I said, I thought that was when Dan left because he was just so frustrated.
So he was frustrated with Sam and Max.
Well, with the Full Throttle, with that whole timing of the adventure games, that's when he went and started Telltale. So I laughed. I got a phone call from him one day after he had left and says, "Want to go to lunch?" And so I went over and had lunch with him and Kevin about what they needed for compatibility, and how to do compatibility testing and things like that. And I might have not been supposed to do that, but I didn't care at the time because he was my friend.
Oh, well.
And that's what ended up doing compatibility for him after I was at Gazillion. As I said, I had a huge lab with 100 computers and I was the only one in it. Why not use it for testing other people's games? And I think there was one more that was coming up. I don't remember what it was after Jurassic, but there was layoffs, and so my lab was closed.
Now, there's one question you didn't answer, which was, how can people stay in touch with you and your work?
Best way is, I really don't do anything on social media because I don't trust them anymore. It'll probably be LinkedIn, and I will update it. I have not updated it in a while. I'm about to do a major update and change it because I'm so tired of getting requests, job requests for things I have no interest in doing. So I think I'm going to change it to consultant. And so LinkedIn's probably the best way.
Awesome. So thank you again, Lynn, for joining me for this extremely lengthy conversation. And this time, I think we broke Eric Wilmunder's record. So you can be pleased.
Good. That was the goal. Tell Eric I said so.
I will tell Eric, but stay tuned because last time we talked, we decided that we should have another talk in which we go over all of the design documents that he has. Because at one point in the past, he had a website called wilmunder.com on which he hosted most of the design documents he had at the time. And I think that Disney approached him and told him to take it down. So that was that. And someone else even bought the domain. So now even he doesn't even own wilmunder.com. Anyway.
Wow.
So
I might end up doing something later. I'm very tempted, as I'm trying to determine. So just so you know, cancer messes with your brain. The chemo does. It takes away parts of memory. And so I've been a little bit slow at getting back into doing things. But there's a chance that I'm going to be doing some things online in the future. If I do, I will let you know. I was sitting, we're sitting there thinking about doing some streaming, just for the fun of it. And, doing a Q&A with it, if you ask me questions. So if I do that, I will let you know and give you the contact information on it. It's just more of am I courageous enough to do it, or do I want to keep hiding? But I've got so much knowledge in this head, I'd rather share it.
Well, we can always do a session together.
There you go. I agree.
Instead of, you taking the plunge by yourself, we can do it together. And then if you decide to open a YouTube channel in which you'll just go over all of the bugs that exist in LucasArts games at the moment, then that would be awesome. I would watch 5 hours of you naming all of the bugs that are in certain LucasArts games.
That's good to know. So yeah, we'll stay in touch on that, and I will let you know when I, hit that next stage of it. Right now I'm getting ready for a gala for the Team Survivor, so that's going to be my focus because it's a huge endeavor. I'm on the registration team, so I'm in charge of making sure people can get into and get everything going for it. So, giving a plug to Team Survivor, that is just an incredible group of women who have survived cancer.
That's awesome. And if there's a link to donate to it, then send it and I'll place it in the description down below.
Excellent. I will get that information because there definitely is. We will, because it's, like I said, it's an incredible group of women that are doing their best to enjoy life post-cancer.
That's so awesome. And let me know when you decide which game you want us to play and debug online.
Okay, perfect.
So thank you, Lynn.
Nice talking to you.
For all the games you worked on that made my childhood great, and for joining me for this extremely lengthy conversation today. And
you have to let Eric know that it was me that beat his record, because that means he will definitely want to, beat the record again, because, he won't have that one.
He'll be the first person I send the link of this conversation to.
And we will, and next time we got a few other bugs in different games that we can go over.
That would be awesome. Thank you, Lynn.
Nice talking to you.